From Dallas, Texas, welcome to Poker House Dallas. Poker House Live back in the booth after this nice little winter storm coming through the DFW area. Oh, a little loud there for the table mic. Tonight's game, a fun little round of each. 5-10-25, no limit hold'em. 5-5-10 PLO. Action-packed lineup tonight. We have Miss Texas Kim Stone, Rick Alvarado, OFC, Yao, Bao, John Ma, Jose Montez, amongst a couple of other players. We're going to get into action here pretty soon. Getting started a little early tonight. I'm back in the booth from Daytona Beach via Atlanta, Georgia this morning. Tonight I have two special guest commentators. Let's get them here in the camera. We're going to transition over. Let's get the webcam. All right. We have Mr. Hayden Fortini and Mr. Danny Marx. Welcome to the booth. This is Danny's first go-round, making his live stream commentator debut here at Poker House Dallas. Welcome to the booth, gentlemen.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to have you back in the booth, Hayden.
Happy to be back. Ready for a fire stream tonight?
Yeah, and I'm sure everybody's very happy to some live poker after the last events of the past few days. So luckily I missed it when we were stuck in Atlanta. So I hear it was pretty bad. So was it as bad as everybody said it was?
Really bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was one of those weekends or a few days where you just sit in bed and watch Netflix for sure. But I'm ready to get back out and watch some poker.
Yeah. So you guys got a chance to get back on the felt. You guys getting back on the felt tomorrow? I know you're getting back on the felt tomorrow to play the Congress game.
I'm going to play some Congress tomorrow.
Yeah.
Play the feeder table. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, it's going to be
like an action lineup.
And again, for those of you that don't know, this past weekend, unexpected passing away of Bobby Schlegel, otherwise known as Bugsy, unexpectedly put together a nice little 5K Congress game tomorrow evening. Talked to some of those players. They still wanted to make that a tribute game tomorrow, so that game is going on as is. So look for that game tomorrow. The first time that I know of a Congress game, where in most places across the U.S., Big O, being streamed on a live stream. So a lot of Congress crushers tomorrow. Gonna have a special guest tomorrow. The author of Scoop, Greg Vale, will be in the booth along with me tomorrow. So, but before tomorrow, let's get into this nice little cash game tonight. Again, Thursday night, round of each. 5-10-25, no limit hold'em for the hold'em side, and then 5-5-10 for the PLO side. So let's switch back and transition back to the live stream as they get going. We have Katie in the box, Eric running Action Tracker. Gonna have Stacy swapping out with Katie every hour or so. So gonna be a fun little stream here. Get ready to get into action. All right. So a lot of these players have played Hold'em. I don't recall. It's been a while. Actually, I don't think we've ever run an ROE stream. I know down the street they've run a couple of round of each streams at TCH, but I don't think they've run a game this big for a round of each down there.
I think anytime you can kind of take some players out of their comfort zone, it's good for the game overall. And so while some of these guys might be good at Hold'em, they might not have as much experience in PLO and vice versa. And it kind of creates a fun dynamic.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, there's a few players here that are mostly exclusively PLO players.
Right.
John Ma, I've never seen him play Hold'em. And I think Mustafa and Habib and OFC are mostly Hold'em players.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting. I think, you know, the round of each is an interesting dynamic where certain players, they feel comfortable in one game. They might push the action a little bit more in that game to try and make up for the fact that they're not as comfortable in the other game.
Yeah. And probably the players that are more comfortable with playing both variants, probably Rick, Jose, Kim for sure. Yeah. Maybe OFC. I know he's played, obviously, the 5-10-25 here and 25-50 down the road.
He's still pretty new at PLO.
Yeah, he's played some of our PLO streams, so
Yeah.
Well, he's a sharp guy, so I'm sure he'll pick it up quick.
Yeah, he figures it out, but he's definitely not as comfortable in PLO as he's in Hold'em. So.
My main adjustment when I do something like this is I just tighten up in the games I'm not as comfortable with. So it'll be nice to see how everybody adjusts tonight.
Yeah. And the round of each is a fun dynamic because, you know, PLO is a great game to get unstuck in. So if you're stuck in the game and you always got a shot in PLO.
Now this is a match the stack game. So going to start this game off with a flip like normal. It looks like it's a $100 flip per person. So now with this many people, always have to see. I always look at the percentages.
OFC goes runner deuce for trip deuces. Who says this guy doesn't know how to play PLO?
Yeah. With the only deuce, Case gonna scoop up a nice little pot to start the stream off.
What a luck box.
And tonight, for those of you in the chat, we're getting food catered by the #1 seed, Mr. Habib Zelda. If you have not been to his Mediterranean restaurant in, I think it's closer to Addison.
In Addison,
yeah.
it's off Beltline Road.
It's off Beltline Road.
Yeah.
It's called Zelda Mediterranean.
It's fantastic.
Delicious.
Yeah.
Absolutely delicious.
Min, his daughter, and Eric and I went there the night before we left for Daytona, and it was phenomenal. So we're getting a nice little meal catered from him tonight. So
I only came here for the food, by the way.
yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
So
great incentive.
Oh,
I
yeah.
told Habib after we ate there, I said that's one of the best meals I've had in years. It was
it was phenomenal.
Really fantastic. And he was there. He actually prepared the food himself in the kitchen, and he takes a lot of pride in it. So yeah, it was fantastic.
I didn't know he owned a restaurant until y'all told us about it.
Yeah. I'd recommend in the chat you guys go and check it out. It's really, really fantastic.
Yeah,
you
for
won't
sure.
be disappointed.
I don't know if Habib
Money
keeps
back
playing
guarantee.
poker like this, he might switch over to being a professional poker player, but we'll see.
Yeah, if he keeps crushing us, we'll have to run the restaurant for him.
Right.
We'll trade spots.
Yeah. Let him take over on the felt.
So we are going to start the stream off on the Omaha side. Kim opening up with double suited aces.
She's got a really beautiful hand here.
Premium off the bat.
Yeah, and Habib's got a strong hand too. Ace, king, queen, 9. And looks like he's going to 3-bet pot. And Bao, look at the Bao picking up double suited kings. Oh no, single suited, I'm sorry. Single suited kings.
And he was
cool,
a straddle. It was funny because Kim, there was a handful of you guys before the stream that played some open face Chinese poker. It was you, OFC, Bao, Yao, and Kim. And Bao, before you guys got here, Bao was the first one here. He's like, because he played Choctaw, he's like, man, tournaments are more fun than I thought. When's the next set of series of tournaments? I'm like, I actually don't know. So I think he's got a little bit of the tournament bug in him now.
So it looks like Kim's gonna potty here.
This is a great spot to
beautiful
squeeze.
spot.
Yeah.
She's got probably one of the best starting hands you can have.
Yeah.
Double suited aces. Her side cards are semi-connected. And she's got 2 players in the hand that are very unlikely to fold. And Bao might just decide to ship it in here with this kings. Given that Kim's put over half her stack in the pot, but he's just going to call. Right off the bat, we got a $3,400 pot.
All right.
That's a good way to start the stream, boys.
I was promised action, and we got it.
PLO. I actually think the smaller buy-in to start actually gets the action going a little bit more.
I
These
agree
players
completely.
are used to buying in for 5K, so 2K feels small. And what a flop here. Kim's flop top set, and Habib has top pair and the nut flush draw.
Oh yeah, money's getting in here
Cooler
for
flop
sure.
here. Both players with really strong hands.
They running them.
Oh, Habib's actually got 2
Oh,
pair, but
wow.
that's not good.
Yeah, wow.
He gets the diamond on the river, but the board pairs to where she top boat.
Very nice hand for Kim.
That's a good way to start the stream off, Kim.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't see that. He did flop top 2 pair with nut flush draw. What a cooler flop.
Definitely, definitely.
Yeah. None of us are getting away from that hand. That's
For sure.
Yeah, and whenever you're drawing to the nuts in PLO, you're in a pretty good situation, so you can't really blame him for going broke there.
Especially in a three-way hand.
Oh, yeah.
And he doesn't have to be drawing his top 2 pair.
Exactly.
Right. And Kim's capable of being aggressive pre-flop without aces if he could have a strong rundown hand or something like that. So.
Now, majority of the viewers in this chat are more specialized in Hold'em. So we've talked about a little bit of some PLO strategy. Now, I'm not a PLO player myself. I got wrecked when I played some PLO down in Daytona. But nonetheless, what are some key concepts, 3 key concepts for those viewers in the chat that are maybe wanting to, get into the PLO side of things?
Run good, and run good.
And get lucky.
No, personally for me, I think position is more important in PLO than it is in Hold'em. I think position is very important. I think especially multi-way in looser games, drawing to the nuts is very important. So like ace-high suits and high pairs, high cards, and I think aggression, like pushing your equity and draws are very powerful in this game. So what about you, Danny?
Absolutely. And one of the fun things for me is I actually haven't been playing too much PLO in the last couple of years, so I'm definitely a little rusty, so don't take anything I say, or take everything I say with a grain of salt, but I want to emphasize how much better it is drawing to the nuts versus drawing to the second nuts. So ace-high suits are way, way better than king-high suits. Your goal is to be coolering people. You want to be drawing to the nuts while other people are drawing to the second nuts.
Right, and coolers happen a lot more often in PLO. So we see flush over flush much more often, set over set much more often. It's not uncommon in PLO for either of those things to happen. So it really is important to have nutted hands and nutted draws.
Absolutely, and the same goes for top set versus middle and bottom set.
Yeah.
Top set, you can keep pushing your equity because you can't be that far behind. But bottom and middle set, you could be drawing almost dead, so you have to play it a lot more cautiously than you would in a no-limit setup.
And I don't want to interrupt you, Danny, but we got action brewing here. We got Yao's got the nut flush draw with a gut shot to the nuts, and Habib flop top set, and Bao has top and bottom pair. What a flop here! Every player smashing this board.
Oh yeah, speaking of top set.
I think we're in it. Habib, second hand, he's going to put the money in. This time he's got the nuts.
Oh yeah.
Last time he had a very strong hand and was drawing to the nuts.
So from a strategic standpoint, knowing that there's, 2 clubs out there, are you still okay with getting top set in?
Absolutely. I think you're always a favorite with top set, even on the most draw heavy boards. Is that right, Danny?
Absolutely, but that's another good example. So
close.
if you have middle set, it completely changes the dynamic here, but I never stray away from putting in another re-raise with top set, especially on this type of board.
Yeah.
PLO Professor, give me a second. I'll get to you after this hand's over.
Oh, PLO Professor, what's up?
In the chat.
We might need some help, Professor.
I watched some of his YouTube videos today.
I see you in the
I
chat,
like his,
PLO.
PLO course. You don't know that guy?
Yeah, I don't know him, but I've seen his, what's it called? Oh, she used to play with Kim. He used to play with Kim.
What is his name? Do you know his name?
I actually don't. PLO, can you tell us in the chat what your name is?
I've been watching his videos today. What's up, PLO Professor? Happy to have you here.
Just for the record,
check him out on YouTube, guys.
I'm Eddie, the Asian Sensation. I don't know anything about PLO, so I just know Hold'em, and I'm just the main commentator to keep the.
And I'm very marginal PLO player at
Me too.
very mediocre.
We're here for the entertainment value.
Yeah. Wow, and look at this. Yao turns a straight, not a straight flush. He
Now
rivers
it's
a straight flush.
Oh my gosh, this is so gross.
Top boat for straight flush.
Wow, and Habib running terrible. Oh, they're running it twice. Did they run it twice? Oh no, they ran it once. And Habib running really bad right off the bat.
Habib's probably second guessing catering tonight's dinner.
But I mean, I can't fault him for either hand.
All right, so it's Joshua Thatcher. So, PLO Professor, so you want to contact me or Kim. Her and I run the lineups for the big games here. She, more or less for the PLO, would love to get you in a PLO game, especially with a screen name like PLO Professor. I run the lineups mostly for like the 5-10-25, the 5-5-10, soon to be 25-50. So I've had, so while I was in Daytona, I was like reaching out to players. I have 23 players that want to play 25-50 now.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
the interest is growing.
Yeah, I think just, we put on a good show here. We're still relatively new to the live stream game, but I think just the atmosphere that we create for the players, bringing in drinks, bringing in food, and just making them feel
Making them feel important.
Yeah, rolling out the red carpet for
Treating them
play.
like the VIPs they are.
The Dallas VIP treatment.
Yeah, for sure.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Playing
you guys-
poker in
great
Dallas
hospitality.
is better than anywhere else.
For sure. I've had the best experience playing here than any other city in the country.
Yeah.
Absolutely, me too.
I think the players are very friendly. The staff I've experienced is very friendly at all rooms. Oh, they're talking to you.
Oh, they're talking.
Mustafa's talking. Oh, I think that's when we're just going into the booth.
Man, this
Yeah.
is deja vu.
Look at Kim here. Another nice little hand, +1.
So yeah, she's got a double suited. She's suited to the 8, to the ace, and the king, which is really important.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So this is a good example of, let's say it was ace, king, 8, deuce, but the ace 8 wasn't suited. This would probably just be a fold, but the fact that she has a suited ace makes it a playable hand on its own.
Yeah. Interesting decision. She just limps from early position. I think if this hand was more connected, she would definitely raise. But
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, PLO professor. We're gonna try to make, at minimum, every other week PLO, and then every other week like a round of each, where we're gonna play like a 5-5-10 or 5-10-25, or even something like maybe a little lower stakes for a player like myself.
So we got 7 hands in here. Let's see if anybody flopped anything here.
Now the bad thing
Searching for
about
cards.
going multi-way, you have to look at everybody's cards.
I don't think anybody really has much. Looks like
J-Ma has the most equity.
J-Ma's got top pair.
Yeah, that's about
Can't
it.
think that's any good. Got some gut shots out there. Clubs turning.
So Mustafa has, okay, somebody has a better club draw.
Yeah.
Bao has a better club draw.
Bao is the best club draw. J-Ma
J-Ma's
is-
got the ace of clubs,
Ace
though,
of
so he
clubs.
can definitely represent the ace-high flush. if
could
he
be
gets there.
aggressive. I don't think he has really any other draws to go along with this hand, so I don't blame him for just checking.
I agree.
How important isn't it
J-Ma
just having?
holds up here with ace queen, top holds up. Pretty sick.
See if somebody's gonna take a stab at it. Maybe just gonna check around.
No way J-Ma is going to be very happy to win this $500 pot
Yeah.
with ace queen.
I think one of the big questions a lot of new PLO players ask is, how do I know which starting hands I should play? And Hold'em, you can look at charts, but there's just too many starting hands in Omaha. So I think a good rule of thumb is you want to have at least 2 or 3 of the following. You want to have high cards, connected cards, suited cards. And so that's kind of like what I look for when I decide whether or not I'm going to play a hand.
For sure.
And we are just 4 or 5 hands in already to the PLO side before we switch over to the Hold'em side. So thanks for joining in the chat. Like and share. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. One of the things we're trying to achieve here at Poker House, so we try to bring, a lot of rooms just do strictly like, Hold'em, different stakes. We do a little bit of everything, do a little bit of everything across different stakes, different games. Like I talked about, tomorrow's going to be a 5K Congress game, or Big O, as it's more normally known as. So we're willing to try different things out here. I think that's led to the growth of our channel and the growth of our live stream.
It's funny, I was actually watching PLO Professor's couple of videos he had out on Big O today because I'm playing the Congress tomorrow.
He talks
what he had to say. I was
about
looking
Big
for a
O? Okay.
refresher. Yeah.
For the record, Big O is high in every other location other than Texas. I was very confused by that when I first moved here.
Big O is low, but it's high here. So
Correct.
Congress is high
Exactly,
low.
yeah, it's the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So J-Ma with a nice high-low hand and a pretty good high hand. Ace, deuce, 10, jack, double suited.
Beautiful.
That's the kind of hand I'm looking for tomorrow night. Right?
Who are we looking
With
at?
like a 3
You want,
J-Ma's hand.
this is called, the juice is called a dangler,
Yeah.
but it still can make a wheel But when you make the wheel, it's going to be the bottom end, so
Yeah.
you can't really count on it, but it has suited, so it's still a great hand.
So PLO professor was talking about today with like 3-3 and big O is like, so if you have like ace 10 jack deuce 3, you have 3 to a wheel and 3 to Broadway. So any 3-3 combination is like extremely strong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously
'Cause
especially double suited too, right?
Double suited, yeah, is obviously better.
I've dabbled in Congress. Usually it's because it's like,
It's actually a really fun game.
you know, it's like on the buttons, like a dealer's choice type thing where like whoever's
like-
on the button will play Congress.
It looks like we got some action here. OFC, no, OFC did not 3-bet. Looks like somebody 3-bet.
Looks like, yeah,
And-
OFC 3-bet.
That doesn't. It's not. That's not correct. So
Oh, we're on the flop. Okay, something happened here.
yeah. Now I'll say running action tracker for PLO is very complicated.
Well, we got a flop here. Bow with aces and eights and a club draw, and
Very
J-Ball with top 2 pair.
You definitely have to be careful with these hands. He does have a strong flush draw to back it up, so I would be aggressive with this. But you know, the 2 pair alone, you got to be careful with.
Yeah. I think the pot was pretty bloated pre-flop, so it makes these hands easier to go in.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And J-Mod knows that Bow is a very loose, aggressive player, so you got to be willing to put it in a little bit lighter against Bow.
Especially with these stack sizes,
Yeah.
We're going to see a lot of action like you were mentioning earlier. But you can see this is a virtual coin flip because of the flush draw.
J-Mod's going to hold here with aces and jacks on the first run out.
Okay, they're gonna run it twice.
Hold
gonna
on
He's
both.
going to hold on both.
Wow.
Running good there, dodging a lot of outs on both runouts.
Now when
Unlucky,
you,
very unlucky for Bow to lose both on both runouts there.
I feel like with PLO again, obviously not being a PL player, I feel like it's when you're running it twice, it's harder to scoop in PLO as it is relative to Hold'em.
Yeah,
Especially when you
it's
have, right?
It's definitely harder to scoop because the equities run so close.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
in general, equities run closer together in PLO.
Yeah. Which is why people like to run it twice, is because it's already a very volatile game, so it does cut down on some of that variance. And I've really enjoyed watching J-Mod play on the streams. He's a really experienced PLO player. He plays pretty big around town, and he definitely gives action. He's very loose aggressive, but he plays his hands very, very well post-flop. So it's fun to watch him navigate. He kind of plays PLO like I want to play, but I'm too inexperienced and too chicken to play that way at the moment.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Right now, I play very tight when I play PLO because I'm not very confident in my
Yeah.
post-flop play. But I think you can get a lot of edge if you can understand the post-flop dynamics.
For sure. You can justify playing a lot more hands.
Exactly.
But it is hard, though, when so many players are staying a flop, because you essentially have to have something nutted.
Yeah, that's why, especially out of position, I play a lot more passive and defensive in PLO because position is just so important.
For sure.
I'll have more check raises when I do want to get aggressive.
So it looks like we got a hamburger in here. Habib flopping bottom set. Yao with a 10 high flush draw. Fortunately for him, he has 3 diamonds in his hand. And Bao calling with a straight draw. So Kim's in a tough spot here. She has a second nut flush draw. She does call.
Outside of that, though, she doesn't have too much going on.
No, I'm a little surprised to see her call because she can't be certain her queen eye flush draw is good, and she doesn't have any backup draws with it.
Yeah, generally once I'm drawing to the third nuts is when I start to get a little more cautious about it. So I think it's a very close spot, especially multi-way when
Multi-way.
there's a lot more likely chance for the king to be out there, but also she's getting a better price. So.
Yeah. turns 3.
The other thing is, let's say she hits her flush, it's a lot harder for her to comfortably get value out of it.
Exactly, being out of position.
So there's not as much implied odds as she might have in no limit hold'em.
And Yao just blasting here with his 10 high diamonds. And Bao making the call with bottom pair open-ender. Habib getting it in. Very good shape here with his set. Bottom set, and he's got open-ended. He's actually 64% here, 3 ways. This was a really great spot here for Habib.
Let's see if he can finally hold up.
And Habib does hold. Nice hand for Habib. Getting his money back from those first 2 hands.
Oops.
Are we playing Hold'em after this? I mean, this is...
It's going to be a little boring.
Yeah.
We're going to get a break when they play Hold'em.
Yeah. It was really funny. The first PLO stream we ran here, everybody got it all in pre-flop. And that's when I think like Rebecca had like top set. Somebody had like second set, and he had the
he
nuts.
The nut straight.
He flopped the nut straight, and it just held.
Yes.
And then
everyone added on 6K.
Everybody got added on to get the 6K like immediately after that hand.
So there's immediately like over 50 grand on the table after the first hand.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to get pretty deep tonight as well.
For sure.
No, and it was funny. The next day we ran the 5, 10, 25, and you and I were in the booth. I was like, man, this is really boring. But it really wasn't even that boring. It was actually pretty action-packed. So
PLO Professor says, I'm hoping the Hold'em round is just as exciting as the PLO. With this crowd, it's definitely possible.
Yeah.
We're going to see probably less getting it in, but we're definitely going to see some very exciting, interesting plays. Very aggressive players in this lineup. Very aggressive non-folders.
Like I said, PLO Professor Joshua, I believe is the name. Contact either Kim or I or Eric. Love to get you into one of these PLO live streams.
Jose getting into the mix.
He's
and he actually just came off a big tournament win this past weekend at the Fort. He also knocked me out of the Texas Card House tournament. So
yeah, Hayden had a nice. What place did you finish for that?
I finished 8th.
You finished 8th,
yes.
So final table that, and then Dory, who's actually out on the floor right now, getting ready to play the tournament here, finished 6th.
Yes.
And then Jose did like this 3-way ICM chop, where
flipped for the win.
I think it was a flip. It was a flip for the win.
Yeah.
So really interesting hand here. Jose being the pre-flop raiser. Looks like he's potting this flop. An interesting thing to note, he's just got an open ender, but he does have 2 backdoor flush draws, which add, I think, a lot of equity to his hand.
Absolutely. You wanna consider your future equity on different runouts, and so having backdoors multiple is a lot more valuable in PLO.
And OFC's calling here with the gut shot. A lot of straight draws out there right now.
Jose's gonna have a lot of cards he can barrel on, although
and this is beautiful card for Jose. Gives him the nut flush draw, and now he also has a gut shot to Broadway.
Unfortunately, though, Yao hits top set. So.
Yeah, it's like, how is Yao in there with Jack? But he is. He's Yao. And he turns the nuts, and he's like, got him. He's got that got him look.
Yeah, I was never going anywhere on this flop.
But I mean, Yao is going to have to fade a lot of equity here. Jose is going to have.
He's got Broadway draw, nut flush draw.
And I love this play from Jose. I love the bet on the flop. He definitely had a plan to bet any turn card that gave him additional equity.
Yep.
And he's following through with it.
And I do think he's going to scoop up a lot of the equity.
And this is brutal because this card should be a brick, but it's not a brick.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. It was actually the most action turn card possible.
Wouldn't be surprised if Yao repots it here.
Yeah, Yao should just get his money in here on the turn with 1 card to come.
Stacking his chips accordingly.
Yes.
And when the other players fold, I imagine the equities will run a little bit closer together, but Yao will still have the edge. Yep, 60-40.
looks like they're running it twice. Crazy. Jose has 40% equity with one card to come. Gets there right away on the first board.
So at least going to guarantee himself half the pot here.
He's calling for a deuce. So they're going to chop this one up.
First chop.
Yeah, really big pot to be chopping. I like the play there from Jose. He's a very experienced PLO player. Great Hold'em player as well. Savvy tournament player, as we know.
Just seems like
he's up there. He's got a banner. He's got a banner with you also up there. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a couple banner winners here.
Now every time I go play at Chalk Till I see Danny's beautiful face up there. If I get the right table, the right seat, I can just stay there the whole time. I don't have to turn my head.
Yeah.
Motivation.
Now I got to get a second one up there. Oh, you only have one banner? Oh, sorry.
Dr. Mad Professor, so the running it multiple times, the rules are the same for PLO as they are in Hold'em. So, if you can believe it, we are still on the PLO round. We'll be getting to the
PLO
Hold'em.
generally takes a lot longer than Hold'em just because of all the all-ins, dealer counting down the pots. The Hold'em round is probably going to go twice as fast as PLO. A lot less folding. All the things.
We haven't seen Rick get in any hand yet.
Yeah, Rick is also a very experienced PLO player and very good Hold'em player. Also tournament crusher, everything crusher really.
Yeah, his biggest win, he has a bracelet from 2019, winning the Crazy 888 tournament down WSOP. So
I finished 100th that year, so I was in the mix.
Nice.
Didn't do as well as he did.
And did you see they released a schedule for WSOP today?
Yep, the WSOP 2023 schedule is now out. Go check it out. I am getting excited. I'll be there for the Tournament of Champions and
that's right.
Event, so.
Look at this Mustafa.
Wow. So Mustafa with arguably one of the best hands you can have, but he doesn't have any suits, which is unfortunate.
It does change things a lot, but obviously it is still a mega premium.
I still think I would have liked to see him pot it with his stack. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I would be trying to shovel as much money in pre-flop.
Yeah.
Even without the suits, with that specific hand.
Now, do you think he's just calling because he's out of position? If he was in position, maybe potting it?
He doesn't have any suits.
Yeah.
He also doesn't play. I think he primarily plays Hold'em.
Right.
So players are a little newer to PLO. So if he's going to lead this flop, I would have liked to see him just get the money in pre-flop.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
Yeah. And Yao's going to be in a good spot here with his trip fives.
Yeah, I don't see him going anywhere.
Yeah, Yao is definitely not going to fold a 5.
And the bad thing for Mustafa, Habib also has a king, Kim has an ace. So a lot of his outs.
You got to realize when you see a flop 5-way, your opponents have a third of the deck covered, so it's just a lot more likely.
When the board is paired that someone has trips, right?
Exactly. 4 outs. He actually said full house. He does not have a full house. Trip.
Yeah, Yao's got trip 5s, 9 kicker. It's going to be aces to scoop the spot.
That is another common mistake a lot of new Hold'em players make. You have to play 2 cards and only 2 cards from your hand. So you can't play a 1-card straight flush like you can in Hold'em, and you can't play a 1-card boat.
Yeah, you have to play 2 from your hand. You can't play 1, 3, or 4. If you could play 3 or 4, that would be a game I would be afraid to play.
Yeah, that would be a little too much then.
So Hayden, you ready to play Congress tomorrow?
I'm ready.
Did you see the lineup for the feeder table? That's a pretty solid feeder table list.
Yeah.
Pokernomics, Danny Chang.
Yeah, Danny Chang.
Couple other players.
Crushers. It's gonna be fun to get in the mix. I haven't played Congress in a little while, so.
Didn't you play it in the summer? Didn't you play a ring?
I cashed the 1500 PLO 8.
Okay.
Which was probably one of the most fun, one of the best tournaments I've ever played, actually. Just most enjoyable. The strategy is really interesting in PLO tournaments when you get short stacked. You can see a lot more flops, do a lot more limping. You can really make a short stack last a long time. So
Also, traditionally, PLO tournaments
Especially-
did not run with an ante, and so you just had so much incentive to play tight with ICM considerations.
Right.
I think now the WSOP has
had a big
officially
blind
added
ante,
it. Okay, yeah. So that's a little better. It forces.
But say you have a hand like, say you have like 10 big blinds and you have a hand like ace, deuce, 3, 4 from under the gun, you could just limp that hand. And if the flop, and you can call a raise, and if the flop comes high, then you can just get off your hand and you save yourself.
Ace, deuce, 3, 4. Come on, Hayden. Under the gun.
Yeah, you can call. What?
No, maybe you can. I don't know. I'm
No, you can definitely
I'm a nit,
limp.
I guess.
No, but if you pot it, that hand is so flop dependent.
I know. I'm just. You're talking about PLO.
No, high low.
Oh,
I'm talking about 8 or better.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I thought you were
PLO
talking about
8.
high.
Yeah,
Yes,
yes.
I completely agree. That is a great. That is a
Wrong game.
No, I don't.
So many cards.
I'm not that bad at PLO, guys.
Yes, do not play ace, deuce, 3, 4 under the gun in PLO. But yes, in PLO 8.
Double suited, yeah.
PLO professor's like, who's that
like-
guy in the
he's like,
booth?
"Get me in this game."
Get me in this game. Come on in. It says, PLO professor saying tournament play way different than cash game.
Yeah, and Mustafa here flopping a boat with his jack deuce. Love to see it.
Hopefully he
Looks
can
like
get a little bit back here.
He's got a hammer lock in this hand. Unfortunately, nobody has anything to really give him action with.
Wow, check mark 5 ways on the turn.
Mustafa looking to get back some of his cash in the last hand against Yao. You pick up a little small pot here. Yeah, PLO professor in Texas, in PLO, they only know 3 words. It's like pot, repot, and then all in.
Yeah.
You are allowed to bet less than pot in PLO,
Yeah.
by the way. Just
Yeah,
little FYI out there.
it doesn't happen in
Service
Texas very often.
Yeah. And actually, a lot of times it does make a lot of sense to bet less than pot, especially out of position on earlier streets.
OFC and Grick a little quiet so far this night. I think they're going to mix it up once they get to the Hold'em side here in a few seconds.
OFC waiting for Hold'em.
Oh, yeah, that's the specialty.
What's your opinion on OFC's game?
I think he's a very smart, creative player. So
He's extremely smart.
yeah, he's definitely very difficult to play against. He's going to put you in a lot of tough spots.
Yeah.
I have a lot of fun playing with him, honestly, because he always makes you think.
For sure.
So I'm actually excited to see how he plays PLO, but apparently it's pretty tight. Ooh, a Habib with a premium here. Double suited kings. Well, with the ace suit.
Yeah, so this hand is nice because he's blocking someone from having aces, and he's double suited. So aside from aces, these are probably one of the best hands you can start with.
Absolutely. A good rule of thumb if you're going to be putting in 3 and 4 bets with kings in your hand is you want to have an ace in there for that exact reason. It's very important to block the nuts in this game.
Kim going to make the call as well.
In fact, Hold'em players learned quite a bit from PLO in the last 10 years and how important blockers are. You know, now that solvers have been introduced, the game has changed so much.
For sure.
Whew.
Oh, brutal flop here for Kim. She flops trip eights, and Habib flops a boat, king's full. This is a really tough spot in PLO. Unlike Hold'em, this is a spot that you can definitely get away from your hand.
I actually would have liked to see her go for a check. This is kind of like a way ahead, way behind type of situation.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd like to see her either go for a check or a smaller bet.
But yeah, with this stack to pot ratio, I think the money was just going to get in anyway.
Yeah.
I have one out then.
She needs an 8.
And she needs an 8.
All right, Habib getting a little bit of revenge
Yeah.
on Texas Kim. Money goes flying in this game.
Lots of wild swings in this game. I think now they're going to be switching over to the hold'em side.
Or in, no, I'm just kidding. So PLO professor, I know a lot of PLO players don't like tournaments for the reason we were talking about, how it can be correct to play really tight late. What are your thoughts on it? Do you like cash better or tournaments better? And how do you change your strategy between the two? All right, you can see OFC getting excited for some hold'em.
It's like, yes, just 2 cards.
The 2-card variant coming up now as we go through the first orbit of PLO. Lots of swings that first orbit. All right, so PLO professor saying he used to only play cash until about 2017 and still prefers cash. Where is he from? Where are you from, Josh?
I think he lives in Michigan.
Okay.
I've been meaning to try a WSOP PLO event. I heard those were very fun, so I think I'm going to try my first one this upcoming summer.
Yeah.
Maybe like a $1,500 PLO.
Yeah, they have some good price points at the series. They also, I saw they had a 600 half and half, which is
that
probably
cool.
should be a fun tournament. Yeah.
Now again, going to the 5, 10, 25 on the hold'em side. Going to probably see the $50 straddle on most always. So it looks like the straddle was on, and OFC is going to make it 150 with King Queen. Yeah, I was going to come back and 4-bet out of the third blind and make it 400 with Ace King. Now these two have kind of battled before in prior streams, so I don't see OFC folding here. He knows that Yao can make a move there. Okay, so look at this.
Very interesting flop here.
Yeah, we're probably going to see Yao continuation bet. It's the pre-flop 3-better. Bets half pot. He's got the king of clubs in his hand. He's blocking, ace king, ace queen, king queen. He's drawing to the nuts, so very reasonable continuation bet.
I like how our analysis is much more specific for hold'em.
Yes. Talk about blockers.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, brutal turn card here for Yao. The pot's already really bloated.
Two flush
OFC
draws
running like OFC, turning top 2 pair.
Yeah, that's another reason I don't like to play against him. He
feels like he just runs so good. It's ridiculous.
Always gets
they always say that about the best players, right?
Yeah,
Seems
exactly.
like they just run so good.
This is actually a pretty close spot, though. Against the caller of your 3-bet, he's going to have a lot of Broadway cards around here, a lot of 2-pair, a lot of straight draws, pair and straight draws. So I'm interested to see what he does here. He unblocks the hearts, and he does have 1 club, but I think he can go either way here. I'd probably play for a little pot control position.
Checking is definitely very viable.
Yeah, I'd probably go with
option.
check, planning
Looks
on
like he's
calling.
gonna
He's going to rip it.
There's a lot of draws out there. I think OFC is going to snap call this.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the 2x pot jam there. I think you're allowing your opponent to play perfectly and get away when they're behind and call when they're ahead. I know there are a lot of draws out there, but so maybe he's trying to get called by a hand like King Jack, Queen Jack.
Yeah, maybe like Ace High Hearts or Ace High Club, something like that.
Yeah, Yao over betting the pot on the turn, thinking his Ace King is good there. OFC with a call.
And
Gonna run it twice. Gonna get it. Take both pots down.
And OFC just first hand hold'em just doubles up.
We told you he was just waiting to strike.
All right, I got
Hello,
some
Professor.
requests.
What part of Michigan are you from? I used to go up to Marquette, way up north. Sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're good. We're just gonna take a look at these cumulative winnings in between the hands here. All right. Cumulative winnings, that can't be right for J-Mob, but
Did he rebuy?
must have bought in short or something like that. 'Cause I'll double check that. Step out in a second, but Mustafa, about the biggest loser so far in this stream. Early on from the PLO side. That's the cumulative winning so far. I'll double check on J-Moz. Now let's take a look at some other stats. The V-Pips. Yao 90%, not surprising. Habib Yao. What do you guys think about these V-Pips? Mostly from the PLO side. Again, it's going to change as we go between Hold'em and PLO.
I think this is the sign of a good night to come.
Yeah, it's going to be an action-packed night.
Yeah.
All right. Cards are out. Let me go back to the action here.
And you guys said, I'm actually not familiar with JMA. You said he's primarily a high-stakes PLO cash
From what
player?
I know, yeah, he's a big PLO cash player.
I know plays a lot of the 1-2-5 and the 5-5 over there at TCH, I believe, correct?
And he's always on the table that's playing the biggest.
Yeah, I was just going to rip Ace-Jack offsuit for 1,200.
Wants to get his money back. Just so happens that this is probably going to work out.
He's going to pick up 150.
I don't know.
OFC needs to get his camera time.
The tank camera.
I always give
I like
him,
those shades he's got on.
Oh, yeah.
Got the new shades he's rocking.
Got Pokernomics in the chat. We will see you tomorrow at the feeder table, the Congress game. Also, in a couple of weeks, we're trying to still figure out. Eric's going out of town next week, so I'll be running the show, either both from the commentary and the production and action tracker. So gonna figure out what stakes we're gonna play. Definitely gonna still run the 5, 10, 25. I'll probably be running that on both sides. So.
How's it going, Pokernomics? Always a pleasure to have you around. Hope you've been staying warm the last few days.
Have Mark Wee in the chat. Shout out to Mark. Kim picking up pocket kings.
I was like, just kings. Oh, wait, no, this is hold on. That's actually a pretty strong
What are the
hand.
other two cards?
Not even suited kings?
Oh my
gosh.
OFC picking up aces.
I know I was joking, but now this is going to get...
This is brutal.
Yeah, Kim's in a really rough spot.
Bao just rips for 1,300.
This could definitely cost Kim a little extra, although I wouldn't be surprised if she got it all in anyway. There's actually a lot of strong hands here.
This is, in my opinion, impossible to get away from because Bao has shown he just wants to rip in his stack, and OFC knows that, so he's definitely going to be isolating with, 10s, jacks, queens.
Exactly.
Or just calling.
I think Kim is probably now likely to isolate.
No, I think
her.
she's definitely just going to shove. This is like a great spot for her.
Yeah. She thinks she's good here almost always, and I cannot blame her. When you play poker long enough, this is going to happen on both sides of the coin. So,
and unfortunately for Kim, a king is being folded. PLO professor says the no limit hold'em action may just be as good as the PLO action.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, so far they haven't let us down.
Some fireworks.
Although it's kind of hard with these hands, but
really, really rough spot here. Ouch.
Oh, I see. It's like I got aces one time. Yeah, both of the suits are covered too. That's a great point.
Just gonna need that last king. Bao's gonna need a 4. Doesn't get it. OFC's gonna scoop a huge pot.
Ooh, nice hand, OFC.
Yeah. You can go first. Can we eat in here?
At first we didn't, but we just got word that dinner is now served from Seldom Mediterranean. That is Habib's restaurant on Beltline near the Addison area. So I'm going to put a link in the chat to his restaurant. This food is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Did I just miss the big hand?
Yeah, Kim got coolered. Kings against OFC's aces.
Yikes.
And Bao ripped 1,300 with 4s. OFC flatted and Kim shoved 3,700 with kings.
Gotcha. Seems like Kim and OFC get into these cooler spots very often.
Brutal spot, just unavoidable.
All right, I'm about to put the link in the chat for all right, there it is. We go multi-way to this flop. Let's see who has the best of it so far. Mustafa. About 30% has open-ended on the turn. Habib currently with the best hand, top pair. Very marginal kicker, though. Let's see if Mustafa can get there on the river with a 9, although there's 2 9s out. 9 or an ace. Get him to a Broadway or a very high straight.
Something I forgot to do before we started. I've only got 2 phones in here. What happened?
Oh, forgot to get the phones, Eric. Come on now. Do your job.
Mine's in my pocket.
All right.
Just don't take it out. Okay, that's right.
And again, Poker Monkey and Rena saying we are going to have a Chat Pro meetup game Sunday, February 12th at noon. It's going to be our 1-2 game, 500 max. We had talked about potentially live streaming that, you know, a portion of that. However, Eric will be out of town in Minnesota for Valentine's Day with his wife, as well as to watch his son in a play. So let me think about that, because it would be me running the show, and I have to run the show Thursday, Friday, and Saturday already. So I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if I'm gonna want to run it 4 days in a row. So Mark gonna be in for another 1,500 on 1-2. Hey, I thought you ran well. I think you ran well that one time. You sent me a picture when me and Eric were in either Daytona or Atlanta. So. All right, Mustafa here. Gonna 3-bet with Ace Jack suited. Let's see what Jose does here. It's gonna be in position of Mustafa. Wouldn't be surprised to see Bao call here. Bao likes to see a lot of flops, so we're gonna go 3 ways to this flop. 1,200 in the pot. Now, this is a board that's not very good for Mustafa's 3-betting range. So, look from the check here, yeah. Now, this is a really good board, a better board for Bao, especially being on the button. With him liking to see a lot of flops. Now, King of Spades on the turn doesn't change much for anybody. Let's see if Mustafa... I would like to see Mustafa take a stab there. Especially with him 3-betting out of position. He has a lot of the ace, kings, king, queen type hands. Now, with the best hand here on the river, he's going to try to take his ace high to showdown. And does. Takes up a little small pot, 815 to a stack. Now let's take a look at these chip stack sizes really quickly in between hands. So OFC, currently the biggest stack, $13,000. Habib with about 8K, but is in quite a bit from his earlier losses in the PLO side of the game. J-Mal with about 5K. Kim, 5K after topping off after getting cooler in the Kings versus Aces versus OFC. Jose, Bao, Mustafa. Little short stack, Yell. Down about 1,400. Let's take a look at cumulative winnings. Oh, look at that. So the least they can do is let Habib look at his hand after catering dinner tonight. Take down a small little pot here. All right, let's take a look at this cumulative winnings real quick. OFC up about 9K. J-Ma. I still don't think that's correct, because that means they only bought in for X, like $300. So I'll double check that. Habib back on the winning side of things. Texas, Kim, and Bao, the biggest losers so far. Currently flying solo in the booth as Danny and Hayden get some dinner from Seldom Mediterranean, Habib's restaurant, where she catered dinner for us. Thank you, Habib. Again, for those of you, please check out his restaurant. His food is absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, Dwayne, we wish you were here too. But definitely next week, definitely Saturday. We'll see you Saturday for sure. Habib, you're going to take a little stab at this with just a 6. Oh, does he have a diamond? Oh, he does have a diamond. He has 7 of diamonds. Okay. On a 4 diamond run out. Oh, and going to get Mustafa to fold a better diamond. Nice little steal from Habib. Dwayne, while we were gone, Eric and I talked about some cool little things that we're going to implement on the stream, and picking up the stakes and whatnot. So this Saturday we're going to do a 2-5 match the stack. So tomorrow, again, we have a number of new viewers in the chat since the beginning of this stream. Tonight's game, Thursday night, a round of each. 5-5-10 PLO for the PLO side. 5-10-25 on the no limit side. Tomorrow going to be a tribute celebration of Bugsy Bobby Schlegel, who passed away unexpectedly last weekend. Going to be a 5K Congress game with a feeder table on the outer tables. Must move to the live stream. I don't anticipate anybody I don't think anybody's going to leave that game, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, probably not. Looks like we got did I miss anything?
No, nothing of significant substance.
Sorry, I'm just eating this delicious food from
I know.
Zelda. I can't walk away.
I wish I could have that, but it has nuts in it.
Oh.
The baklava? Yeah. All right, so Kim 3-betting here pre-flop on a flop of deuce-4 deuce. Now, multi-way even being on the button, she's not going to have... Gonna elect to float with overcards after OFC bets this.
I think Bao let out, actually.
Oh, Bao did. Okay, correct.
Interesting. Great turn for her.
Yeah. Look for them to slow down a little bit here. She's making about 1,200.
Yeah, 1,200.
Yeah, just about 45% pot.
Yeah, a little less than half pot. Still wants to charge some draws. Maybe get value from some worse players. This puts OFC in a tough spot. He knows Kim could definitely be like betting this turn with a hand like 9-10 of clubs.
Yeah.
Or even if she floated like a hand like Ace King or Ace Jack on the flop, she could definitely be bluffing this card. So he's considering all those things. He has to decide here, though, if he's going to call this turn. Is he willing to call a brick river?
Yeah.
And it's a really tough spot, so I would not blame him for just getting away from it.
I think he's going to have a lot of better hands in the spot, too. A lot of pairs between fours and queens.
Nothing really improves him except the 4, really, so.
Right. No, with him making the call on the flop, so Bao led out with King 6 of diamonds. So, you know, he flopped at that point top pair and had some backdoor equity with hearts, but the turn.
Trying to prioritize between food and poker.
Right.
I know the struggle.
Yeah, it's a round of each. So a round of
And as you guys, did you eat already?
I did. It was so good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I'll let you finish up and then I'll go get my food. What's that? Yeah. Finish out there. Danny's a pro now in the booth.
I don't know about that, but it's fun to be here, though. It's nice to see it from a different angle.
Yeah. I never thought I would. So, I didn't know if you knew this about how I started getting in the booth. You know, we had just gotten back from WSOP for 2 months out there, and I was just like, I really don't want to play tournaments. And we had a big summer tournament. They're like, "You gonna play?" I'm like, "Nope." I was like, "I just don't want to touch tournament right now." And they had, you know, Eric had just come here to stream the tournament, and they were kind of just rotating commentators the first flight. So the way Eric has done these multi-flight tournaments from a streaming perspective was after close of registration, he has a feature table every flight, just because he thinks it's kind of cool for everybody to kind of get their couple hours in the spotlight.
Yeah, remember, I was actually played that tournament, so I got to play on the featured table a couple times.
That's right, I do
First
remember
got
that.
to hear your announcing. But honestly, I am very impressed with the quality of your announcing in the booth. You have the voice for it. You've been working on your game a lot, so it's actually really great to see how far you guys have come with this stream. It's very high quality.
Yeah. Some of the next things we've talked about doing. So when we were down, I'll talk about that after this hand because it looks like. All right, so J-Ma here with the Broadway draw also has the Ace of Clubs. Very important card in this particular hand.
Yeah, it looks like OFC was the pre-flop raiser. So I think that's a fine C-bet.
Yep.
I probably, you could either double barrel or check in that spot on the turn. He did pick up some equity. If you're OFC,
oh,
yeah.
OFC, yeah.
Or check with the intention of calling.
So they were rotating dealers out to commentate, and I was like, hey, look, I don't really want to play, but I'll commentate in the booth just for fun. And then I got a lot of positive feedback, so I just have been here ever since, since like August. So
That's awesome.
Helping with production side, helping the commentating side. It's really fun. I like to see it from this perspective. Also, like, it's positive EV for me to be in the booth because I can't lose. So I can't lose
Absolutely.
when I'm in the booth.
Yeah, and I'm sure you learned some stuff as well. Getting to watch a lot of the high stakes games.
Not even the high stakes games. Just watching, because I know when you play your streams, you go back and watch it.
Yep.
But with me getting to watch tournaments, cash, small stakes, mid stakes, bigger stakes, I get to see a lot of patterns. A lot of patterns from certain player profiles, certain positions, certain holdings. So now it's helped me build my game. So I'm like, okay, this is the type of player profile that kind of take this sizing in this spot. So, I can get away from some hands. Like earlier today, I was playing a couple hands, and like I took some lines that I probably wouldn't normally taken like 6 months ago, but just because I've seen some of these types of hands played before, and I got a couple of my bluffs through. I generally don't bluff in 1-2, just for the record, but I did today, and I got them both through. So
that's what he wants you to think, everybody.
All right, we're now back on the flip side. Stacy coming back in the box. So let's see where we got. $900 flip. Let's see. Rick, 34%. Looks like he has queen high flush. No one with anything.
Rick has all the equity.
He has all the equity here.
And now the check mark.
And Rick going to pick up a little pot. Going to get into the action here. 66 viewers in the chat. Thank you very much for joining in. Well, it's been a while since I've given out some points. Let me give out some points here. Now, we were gone for about a week. Some of the people in the booth did not know how to give away points. I'm going to give you 2,500 points to gamble away on the stream.
Right.
Gamble away.
If you can't gamble on the felt, you got to gamble in chat.
Oh, you're right, Jen. Don't eat over the art. That's a $20,000 table. It's actually super tilting watching that right now, Jen.
Go get him, Jen. Don't let him do that.
The eating is not as bad. I'm actually more concerned about the drinking. Jen, we need to get you back in the stream for like a 2-5. So you need to let us know when you're available, like a Friday or actually Friday's a big game, so maybe like a Saturday.
Jen is Rick's better half.
Yep,
I
way
met her
better
for the
half.
First time. Oh yeah, much better. She's also quite the poker player herself. She got me quite a bit when the one time we played on stream together.
Rick definitely married up, 100%.
I hope you guys are staying warm with the baby.
Got Hannah Ma in the chat saying, let's go, J-Ma. J-Ma having a relatively quiet evening so far, but look for him to get back in the action as it switches over to Omaha.
Yeah, he seems like he's been pretty card dead, to be fair.
Yeah.
And now that everybody's focusing on the food, you know, people are gonna those tight spots. They're probably gonna lean towards fold now.
All right, let's see what we got here. Again, this is 5-5-10 on the PLO side. Mustafa just going to min raise it to 20. Ace King triple suited.
Something else you'll notice is PLO just plays bigger in general. So even though the stakes
Sound small.
yeah, it's just as big as the 10, 25, even 50 Hold'em game. I'd say usually PLO play is about twice the size compared to the blinds for Hold'em.
Yeah,
So
Hayden
this is a
and
very big game.
yeah, Hayden and I talked, and Kim, you know, a few weeks back, Kim had came in and kind of did some dealer training on the PLO side. A couple of players were like, why are we doing 136? Why don't we do 125? And Kim was like, the blinds don't matter. It's gonna play way bigger. It could be 5-5, 1-1. It's still gonna play. There's still gonna be like $80,000 to $100,000 on the table. So.
As long as it's an even number that you're raising, that the open raise size is to, then you're good. You don't want to be having to open to 37 every hand.
Yeah, we don't want that confusion.
Mustafa getting there on the turn as a pre-flop aggressor here.
So it looks like Jose actually turned his aces and sevens into a bluff. The board was paired, and he's blocking full houses, so it's an interesting. Just jumping out on the hand, but that's an interesting.
Well, Mustafa min raise. It was a non-straddle pot. He made it 20 with ace, king, 6-5, 3 clubs, 1 spade. So.
Yeah, it looks like he called there with the straight, but tough spot.
Especially on a paired
Jose
board.
put him in there.
No, you have to be very, very cautious of calling with a hand like that, especially on a paired board.
Definitely. I mean, Jose's representing a full house.
Very value heavy bet there from Jose as well, and he hasn't been playing too many hands on the PLO side, so you would have to potentially give him some credit for a full house in that spot.
For sure, yeah. I mean, he had ace-7, he could just as easily have ace-8 in his hand.
And Bao going
Very
back
full
for
house.
seconds.
Man, that food was fantastic.
Is there still food left?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go get some.
Yeah, go,
I'm gonna go
go
get
before it
some.
runs out. Did you drop a link in the chat for nice.
Zelda's.
I did drop a link in the
Yeah.
chat for Seldom Mediterranean,
Guys,
so
visit Seldom Mediterranean. We'll drop another one before the night's
for
over.
sure.
Shout out to B, though, feeding us well tonight.
Habib's transformation over the last several months has been very interesting to see. You know, he's also a little bit newer to poker overall, but his progression has really picked up. He's a lot more aggressive, a lot tougher to play against. So it's actually really nice to see that.
Yeah, he's definitely gotten a lot more aggressive.
Check. Check around. Check.
So even though Mustafa double blocks the nut straight, I think this board is a little dynamic and scary to start a bluff on.
Yeah, there's 2 flush draws out there. He doesn't even have one of the flush draws. So.
Exactly. So people just aren't going to be folding. You'd have to set up a 2-street bluff, and
Yeah.
even then, most runouts are not going to. You're not going to have the nut blocker anymore on a lot of runouts.
Right. Yeah, and Habib's got a nice hand to bet the tournament too because he has the ace of spades, so he is blocking one of the nut flush draws.
Absolutely. So I like his play there. I like just giving it up.
For sure, yeah.
I think when people first learn about blockers, they go a little bit overboard, and anytime they block the nuts, they go for it.
Guilty.
So I think, hey, me too. Me too.
Yeah,
I think,
I've made some stupid bluffs in PLO with like, oh, you have the hand the straight I'm representing. Of course you do. Oh, and you had a redraw with that? Yeah, okay.
And just like anything else, experience will help you learn to read the situation and realize when you can go for it. The less players in the hand, the more you can go for it as well. For instance, if you're heads up for a multi-way.
The most common one, right, is the nut flush blocker, the dry ace.
Exactly.
How often are you going for that one?
A lot more often. So here's the thing. Like, let's say you're double blocking the nut straight. Somebody could still have the straight. If you're blocking the nut flush, no one can have it. So the flush blocker is a lot stronger and, like you said, the most common blocker for PLO. But again, if the pot's been chucked down all the way to the river and then you start your bluff on the river, you're not going to get much credit. So you have to think back on the hand. Did I play this hand as the same as if I had the nut flush?
Right. Speaking of nut flush here, Yao, huge flop. Second pair, nut flush draw, and also straight draw to go with it.
Oh, yeah. I love these hands, the triple Broadway with a suited ace.
Yeah.
And then when your dangler is a Broadway card, that's much better than like a 6 or a 7.
It's a wheel card.
That's what I meant, sorry, a wheel card.
Yeah, and Yao just calling her a top 2 pair and a backdoor flush draw. Spicy turn card here. Yao checking, Bao check, snap checking back. And Yao rivers the nut flush here. Unfortunately on this river, I think it's going to be hard for him to get paid. Given that Bao's 2 pair is now losing to any jack.
Yeah, it really shrinked up.
Yeah.
But he's stuck. He wants to see it.
Oh, he folded. He folded, yeah. So those are hands that both players definitely could have gotten all the money in on the flop with. I think Bao just wanted to see a clean turn card before he got the money in, which is very reasonable. You see me there getting some food.
I agree. I'm a lot more likely to play my very strong hands a little bit slower, and then once you get into the turn, you can start pushing your equity a lot more.
Yeah, I really struggle with I have a hard time playing 2 pair in PLO on like draw heavy boards, especially like top 2 pair.
Well, I think that's a good example of, or that just goes to show you that it's not actually that strong of a hand.
Right.
So if you just have 2 pair, you have to think about what else is going, and if the board is dynamic, meaning that the nuts is likely to change on future cards, then your hand really shrivels up, and you can start playing it as a check call or a full house draw.
Sometimes I find myself just folding it in like multi-way pot if there's a lot of action. Because on some boards, it's like there's not even many good turn cards for your hand unless you fill up right away.
And then, top and bottom is a lot different than even top and second pair, because now you can make top boat.
Yeah.
And back to the theme of making, top full houses versus lower full houses, top sets, etc. You want to be on the nutted end.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got some nice hands here. Habib with kings, Kim with a nice ace-high rundown, but she does have 3 hearts in her hand. She definitely hurts her hand. She flops top 2 pair. OFC flops a gutter.
See, Kim's
And
got the most equity, though.
it looks like she let out for pot. I like this. This is a board she definitely doesn't want to just get free cards on. Her hand, she does benefit from just taking it down now. There's also a decent amount of good turns for her. So this is the interesting thing about PLO is that there's actually a lot of spots where you want to lead into the field. Where in Hold'em, the majority of the time you're checking, right?
Absolutely.
So I think that's one thing. Wow, and this is a really bad turn card for Kim. Surprise, she checks. What discipline to check back here. I'd be tempted to bet that she had 2 pair, a straight draw, and the nut flush draw. And this is a really bad river for her. She's losing to any 8. There's a lot of straight draws that Bao has that contain an 8. She loses a king jack.
Yeah, I actually really like her turn check. She has a lot of equity, and she doesn't want to get herself blown off of it through a raise.
I think
And
they
her
were
opponent's
deep.
going to have a lot of strong hands.
They were pretty deep still, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so she doesn't want to get check raised. I'd be tempted to bet. I don't know, but
She was a small blind.
no, she was in position.
Oh, okay.
So I think if she was out of position, we might have seen her bet. But because she's in position, she decided to take the free card. That's an interesting one. I'll have to ask her about that. Like, I would think you would want to get value from maybe a hand like King Jack 10 or some kind of wrap like that. Straight draw. Maybe a worse 2 pair, but Bao did turn the straight for 8-5.
Yeah, it did complete a lot of draws, to be fair.
Yeah.
If she thinks that Bao is going to get it all in there with straights, I can see why she'd want to go for a check call in that spot.
Well, this is why I'm in the booth, because I probably would have gotten stacked there.
And again, I'm not really sure either, so I'm learning along with you.
I'm got the Hold'em mindset. I've got top 2 pair, nut flush draw, straight draw. What more could I ask for? Of course I'm going to get it all in.
And you know what? I think that's I talked a little bit about dynamic versus static boards. I think that's another concept that's so much more important in Omaha. You know, a 10-3 deuce board, rainbow versus a 5-6-7 two-tone board is so different when you have a top set on one versus the other. You really have to think about how most of the turn cards are going to change the equities and plan ahead of time, so you're not bloating a plot on the flop just because you have a strong hand, even though most runouts are going to make your hand in a very dicey spot. So you have to think about that ahead of time.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with like only being limited to betting the pot.
Yep. So people can get more money in later.
Right.
So you're putting in a small amount while you're ahead with a very vulnerable hand, and then they can put you in a tough spot when the board changes. And that's another good reason why you don't really always want to be betting pot. It can be good to play a little defensively out of position. You can also keep your opponent's ranges wider, so you can keep them calling with worse draws. So when you do make your hand, you'll be up against second best a lot more often.
So interesting spot here. Habib potted a pre-flop with his aces. He's got an overpair and a gut shot. Jose's got top 2 pair and a backdoor flush draw, and he does shove. I think this is going to get Kim off of her top pair and open-ended.
It is a rainbow board, so she's got a little more incentive to stay in because her outs are all clean now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still agree with you.
I would say that she doesn't have any backdoor flush draws.
Very good point. Very good point.
Which backdoor draws are actually really important in PLO, which is why I think that being double suited has so much value.
Absolutely. Yep, suitedness, connectedness, and high card.
I like the fold there.
Very nice fold, Kim.
And she could be up against a hand like Ace Jack 10 or some type of wrap, so she could be in really rough shape there.
Yeah, that's another good point. She's going to be sharing that draw a lot. Again, straight draws can be shared a lot more easily.
This time it happened to be live. And Jose turning the nuts here, Habib in really rough shape.
Yeah.
Brutal run out. And also something to think about when you have Jack 10 there is because there was a pre-flop 3-better, it's a lot more likely that someone has aces, right?
Absolutely.
So those two of your outs are gone.
Especially in live PLO, some people are really mostly only 3-betting with aces or better.
Yeah.
You know, it depends on the player. Obviously, in this game, people are going to be a little wider, but...
So how do you approach playing your aces out of position in like a loose game where you know that your squeeze is going to get called and you're gonna have an awkward pot to stack ratio where even if you have an SPR of like between 1 and 2 on the flop, you have like 5 players that have position on you in the hand. So there's obviously going to be a lot of boards where you're not going to feel super great about just jamming the rest of your chips in.
Yeah, so these are some of the toughest spots during the transition. What I notice is the lower the SPR, the more confident you can be squeezing your bad aces out of position. But I think it really depends on what your other cards are.
Yeah.
So is your hand playable? If I have ace-ace 10-3 with no suits, I might just treat it as a set mine out of position, and not only will you lose less most of the time when you don't win the pot, but now when you do flop, you know, top set of aces, it's going to be a lot more hidden because you're just calling. So it's actually not always correct to be squeezing, 3-betting, and just getting all the money in with aces, especially in a multi-way type of game like this.
Yeah, so I personally think that even in looser games, it's even worse because your suitedness and connectiveness matter even more.
Yep. So you want to be able to
If you
barrel...
can get heads up, then that's different, right? But
Oh, yeah.
How different is it playing heads up versus 3-ways? Obviously, multi-way is significantly different, but is there a significant difference being heads up versus 3-way?
It is very, very, very different.
Yeah.
So basically, an important concept in poker is minimum defense frequency, and that's kind of how much you need to call your opponent down to not really let him get free money, essentially. And whenever there's multiple opponents, now you share that minimum defense frequency with each other. So you can be a lot tighter as long as, you know, somebody's going to be a lot more, ranges are tighter, somebody's going to be a lot more likely to be strong and be able to call them down.
Now, I know what MDF stands for. There may be some players, people in the chat that aren't very familiar with conceptually what minimum defense frequency is. Do y'all want to tell them a little bit what that specifically means? Or am I putting you guys on the spot?
Sure. It just, I don't have a great explanation, but it just means like for you not to be exploited, that you have to call like
X percentage of the time,
a certain percentage of your range, or a certain percentage of a hand that you got to the river with, depending on like the bet size. So
the simplest example I can think of is in a closed action situation. So let's say you're on the river and your heads up and your opponent makes a pot size bet into you. Your minimum defense frequency is directly how often do I have to call given the direct pot odds. And so that'd be, you know, winning 1 pot size bet to win 3 total. So you have to be defending with 33% in order to not get exploited there.
is that right, or is it 66%? because you're getting 3 to 1, right? So you really only need to be good 33%
You're right. I was thinking
of
it from the
time.
better's point of view. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
So the caller only needs to be 33% of his opponent's betting range there on the river.
Yeah.
So if your opponent is betting at least a third of the time, you're supposed to be calling, right?
Yeah.
There's bluffing.
Well,
I'm sorry.
it just, you know, it
if you
depends
think
on the,
that they're bluffing at least a third of the time,
yeah,
you're
so
supposed to be calling.
you know, it just depends on the board because certain boards they're going to have a lot more bluff to value ratio.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very situational.
Exactly, but that's why that was just a very general way to look at it. But that's why being able to read textures as you get better becomes more and more important.
Understand your opponent. Are they capable of bluffing the situation? Is this based on the way the hand was played? All of the things, right? So
Exactly.
Now, I'll say this. I really, as bad as it sounds, I usually don't use MDF in my calculations when I'm playing live. Obviously, you know, I'll calculate pot odds and I'll calculate equity. You know, I need to be right 33% of the time, or I have to have 30% equity in this hand in order to make this call. Then I'm, you know, profitable. But I really don't use MDF maybe as often as I should.
It's actually all related.
Yeah,
so
and
it's part of the pot odds concept,
Right.
which even when people aren't thinking about it, it's kind of an underlying strategy factor in the game. And even if you aren't, you don't know that you're thinking about it.
Right.
That's kind of how your logic is going to sort out anyway. You're just thinking about it in different terms.
Right.
Like, okay, is he bluffing here? Is he not? What percentage of each? And how big is the pot? You know, how much do I have to call? So like very small bets, you know, you're getting very good prices. And that's why in Hold'em, you want to be betting larger the more bluffs you have in a situation. So if I have a lot of bluffs in a spot, that's when I'm going to go for an overbet. And if I have a range, you know, there's more to it. So you have to have the nut advantage, the range advantage, and if you also have a lot of bluffs in that spot, now you can start going for, you know, the 2x pot river bets as well. Like a classic example is if flush and straight draw is missed and you're very nutted, you know, that's when you can go for it because you're going to have more missed draws. So
you want to bluff with.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you can go larger and larger to give your opponent worse minimum defense frequency.
Gotcha.
Worse odds to call the bluff catcher.
Exactly. Exactly.
A lot of times when I overbet pot, it's like I have a set of eights on like an ace-queen board, and I know this person doesn't have aces or queens, and so I'm like, I'm unblocking all of his best hands. So like I'll overbet like, you know, what 150% of pot on, you know, turn river.
And so that's actually another good concept is the fact that you're unblocking a lot of your opponent's very strong hands there. You know, the fact that you have bottom set, now he can have ace king, ace queen.
Right.
So he's going to have a lot of strong hands that can call you down. So that's another good reason for a large bet size.
Right.
So there's a lot of factors here. It's
Where if you had a set of aces, you're blocking him from having top pair.
exactly.
So
So
then
that's
it's
why
a
a lot
lot
of
harder
people
for you to get called.
A lot of people say they prefer bottom set over top set and Hold'em, and that's a good reason why. You know, it's not the same in Omaha, you know, because now you're actually at risk of losing. But in Hold'em, all sets are great. I love sets.
Yeah, all sets are great.
Don't you guys love that feeling of flopping a set in Hold'em? It's just one of the best feelings.
Yes.
I miss it.
It's a little different from PLO, where
Oh,
you
yeah.
flop a set, you're like, oh god.
Now your heart
All right,
rate goes up.
What's out there?
How much am I going to lose?
What am I trying to fade here? Do I have top set? You have
Yeah.
to be so picky about it.
Exactly, exactly.
There's so many bad turn cards for me. It's like when you check pot it on the flop in PLO and you have money behind and it's just like the worst turn card. It's like straight and flush. It's just everything completes. It's just like your heart just sinks. You're just like, oh god.
And one thing
Now
I
I have
did to
to check, yeah.
help with that is when I was first starting, I would buy in shorter for PLO.
So you
and
could
that
just
way,
get your money in.
Exactly. So you're not sure
Make it
how to
old.
play deep. It's so much harder to play deep in PLO.
Yeah.
So if you're in 100 big blinds, it's a lot. You can be a lot more comfortable getting your money in with some weaker hands.
Yeah, I think that's good advice. Especially here in Texas, like 100 big blinds is like 25 big blinds. So
Yeah, exactly.
you know.
Don't be afraid
Yeah.
in a 1-2 game to buy in for 200 or 300, even though the rest of the table started with 5, 6.
Yeah. And then you can just comfortably push your equity aggressively on the flop and, you know, let the cards run out.
Exactly.
You're less likely to get outplayed, less likely to make mistakes.
Yep.
So OFC flopping bottom 2 pair here, potting it on the flop. This is a really dangerous hand in PLO, bottom 2 pair on a very draw heavy board.
Absolutely.
And he's in really rough shape here. Mustafa just check calling here with top set and a flush draw. This is an extremely strong hand.
And you can see the fact that he's got 1% and he's betting.
And it looks like Jose's calling here with the ace of spades. He has some devious intentions if a spade rolls off. And he turns a set of 6s.
Wow.
And I think I'd probably see OFC check back here.
This will be very interesting if a spade comes off.
Yeah. So I wouldn't.
Ooh, I don't see Mustafa though. He's a little newer to PLO. He may think
And
the jack high is stronger than it is.
And because the pot is smaller, I think it's going to be it's going to be difficult for Jose to win this pot.
I agree.
But he's going to go for it.
Yeah, I like that. You know, if you're, you know, another option is to go for the check raise here.
Yeah.
So, you know, it could work. This is actually a very tough spot for Mustafa. I would not blame him at all if he decides to fold.
And he calls, yep. Good call from Mustafa. Nice play, though, from Jose.
Yeah. Well played by both players.
Yeah. A little bit of a loose call on the flop from him. Like, if I'm going to do the dry ace bluff, I'd like to have some type of equity on the flop to call with and not just be relying on a spade to come so I can bluff.
I agree, especially on that
He did turn a
middle
set
end
of
board.
sixes, which is interesting.
And I also think how deep you are matters in that. Like, I would like to be a little bit deeper. And then when I like to do like the naked flush bluffs like that, I think it's better to be able to put in a larger raise. So 1260 in that spot isn't very much, but let's say they were, 6, 7K deep. You can go for the check, give up, or you could just go for the check, and then if they do bet, now you can put in a pot size raise, and it's going to be a much more difficult spot for your opponent.
Yeah. I think that was a well-played hand from Mustafa there. Just calling on the flop with his top set and flush draw. Definitely a hand that he could have raised, but he definitely won the maximum playing it passively and as a bluff catcher there out of position.
Absolutely. So sometimes you want to think about how to play your hand the most profitably. It's not always betting. Sometimes you want to be pot controlling and keeping your opponent's ranges wider so you can make more money later in the street.
No. I would have just personally check raised the flop with that hand. So I'd like to see him do something different.
Bow with another premium hand here. I love these types of hands.
Really great hand here. Suited to the ace. He's got good connectivity. These are aces that you'd be willing to put
all of it,
all the bets in.
Yeah.
No matter the position, no matter what it is. And
Kim's got a nice hand as well.
Yeah, she's got a good hand. She's just calling in position. I like this play.
Me too.
If she was double suited, you might see her. This could definitely be a hand that you could 3-bet with, but I think just being single suited, curious what you think about that. She's got 3 to Broadway. She's got some connectivity with 8.
I would prefer to be double suited, and then I would also be much more likely to, but I think this hand plays very well in position, and I like her play.
Yeah. No one's got a 6 here. Oh. No one's got a 6 here, so aces are good. But Bao can't be feeling great about his aces here against 5 other players.
Oh, so now Bao's got the second nut.
Now he's feeling really good about his aces. And Habib has to be feeling good about his queens here. I like the way that Bao's playing this, just calling.
Yep. Once you raise, now you're really letting your opponent get off the hook a lot, and so now...
It's really nice having the 9 in his hand because he's blocking one of the only hands that beats him, which is pocket 9s, besides this random 6. So I actually like this block value bet from Habib. Interested to see if Bao is going to go for a raise here. Just calls. Definitely very reasonable.
Yeah, I agree, actually. That's a spot where...
He could definitely get called by like jacks or 10s.
Exactly. He's setting his own price.
He's not worried about the king because this is a hold'em, right? So you have to use 2 cards in your hand. That card didn't change anything for Habib. He was either beat or,
And if he checks, he's, might have to face a pot-sized bet. This way he can kind of set his own price with a middling type hand that can, like you said, still get called by worse. That's really important.
Well, also the king coming, it makes it less likely his opponent has kings.
Yep.
And he has an ace in his hand, so he's blocking him from having aces. So he actually has a very strong hand there on that board.
Absolutely. Yeah, whenever you're making a big bet, you got to think about what hands better are going to call you and fold and what hands worse are going to call and fold. And really think about what your incentives are of your hand based on that. All right, back to Hold'em. Mustafa with a premium here, raises it up with jacks.
Jose with a nice hand here, ace-5 clubs.
You can go either way between a squeeze and a call here. I think if you squeeze 5-way here, though, you're going to have to go pretty big.
Well, so I know a lot of people like to 3-bet squeeze these low suited aces, especially like ace 4 suited, ace 5 suited. But I think out of position in a looser game like this, I prefer to just call, because part of the reason you're squeezing with those hands is to get hands like ace 10, ace jack to fold. And if players just aren't folding hands like that, then you're really just like bloating the pot with like an inferior holding multi-way.
I agree completely. So when I'm squeezing in a spot like that, I want to think how likely is it that I'm going to get heads up or just take it down right there.
Wow. And Habib betting 500 there on that king 4 flop and getting Mustafa to fold jacks. Really surprised about that.
I've definitely noticed that.
These guys drive together? Wow.
Mustafa gives Habib a lot of credit.
Yeah.
I know he made an incredible fold last week or 2 weeks ago.
With the bottom set, yeah.
Yeah, he correctly folded bottom set on like a Jack Deuce 3 board against Habib, which was...
He had pocket jacks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing.
So I think he just gives him a lot of credit.
Great.
Are they talking to you, Danny?
Yeah, I'll tell you later.
Sorry about that.
Man, I haven't had to like speak my thoughts in a while. It's I definitely respect what you guys do here. This is a lot of fun, but also very difficult.
It's a lot more complicated than people think.
Yeah.
There was one stream where we did like back-to-back 3-hour streams, and I was in the booth by myself for 6 hours straight.
You must have been fried after that was
I
over.
did not want to look at poker for
Yeah.
72 hours.
Yeah, I can only imagine those guys that do like the live stream 12 hours a day, for big tournaments.
Crazy.
How
It's
hard
grueling.
that's got to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was that one stream Hustler where that JRB played, and they played till like 6 o'clock in the morning. They played
It was like a
12.
14-hour stream.
Yeah, it was
right?
like, and Bart Hansen like crushed it the whole time.
Very impressive.
All right, let's take a look at this hand.
So Mustafa, great turn for him. He's got a jack-high flush draw, turning top pair.
Lion's share of the equity here on this hand.
They get some action from Bao, who's got a straight and flush draw. 6 of spades would be an action river card.
2 of hearts not changing anything.
Mustafa thinking about going for some thin value, trying to get called by 7 or 5, maybe a worse jack.
I think if you're going to bet, you want to go pretty small, like maybe at tops 2/3 pot.
Looks like
How much did he bet there? About
looks like
pot?
it's about 350.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
it was about
It was about
2/3,
2/3.
3/4 pot.
Yeah.
He's listening to Danny.
Oh, is that what happened, Doug? Yeah, I thought he horsed that whole thing. So fair enough.
I
I
think
do-
your opponent can put you on a lot of misdraws there, so I don't mind making a thin bet like right there for value.
Yeah, I like
close.
the value bet there from him. Bao definitely has some worse jacks as well that he can call.
Also, in a
He's
spot
fine.
like that, you want to consider your opponent. How often are they going to, check raise bluff you in that spot?
Talk about blockers. Bao blocking the straight flush.
Yeah, they could have gone for it. That would have been sick.
So J-Ma is going to play his first Hold'em hand. The PLO Master.
Rick is
just
also
calling.
getting
Must
involved.
have been a
Yeah,
straddle
Rick's been very
pot.
quiet tonight. And OFC.
No, it's not
definitely
525.
with a squeezable hand here. See, I prefer to squeeze a hand like this in a loose game than like an ace-x suited, because I think you.
Suited broadways are also very good. You want
Yeah.
hands that have good playability
Yeah,
and
post-flop.
good barrel ability. So
Right.
you want to be able to barrel across multiple streets.
Yeah, like
with
suited ace
equity.
doesn't have as good of like barreling potential, I
Exactly.
think.
Look
Yeah.
at this
On
hand
boards.
for Rick. Flopping top pair with a nut flush draw.
Yeah.
But J-Ma having top pair ace queen. Queen of hearts as well.
I think with Rick's kicker, I'd like to see him play this very slowly. He's got a lot of equity, but
And he's in position too.
And he also wants, if there's worse flush draws behind
Exactly.
him, he wants other people to call.
yeah, a lot of people make that mistake. It's a little different. Like, let's say the ace was the heart and the 9 was the diamond, and he had a pair of 9s with the flush draw. You could play it a little more aggressively because now you could suck out with 2 pair of trips that is a little more disguised. But in this case, you already have all the equity. You've got the top pair.
And-
So your opponent's either has a better ace than you like they do now, or like you said, keeping in the worst flush draws.
And OFC doing OFC things, turning 2 pair leading right out.
Oh, wow.
Interesting lead, but I'd like this play here from him.
60%
From
pot.
worst to first.
He's going to get max value from ace queen and Rick's hand. I see both players calling here.
J-Mal blocking Broadway with queen of hearts in his hand.
Definitely a tough spot, three-way being in between, not closing
Yeah.
the action. But that being said, I think you're too strong here to fold. And then Rick's got an easy call, in my opinion.
Yeah, very easy call. He's getting the right price to draw to his flush.
Yeah, and at this point, I think he knows that he's just on a flush draw. Another
Yes.
reason why you don't really want to raise earlier. You're just playing for your equity.
And OFC with a very clean run out here. And J-Mod's going to be in a tough spot if OFC leads out. I do think he can find a fold because OFC leading out into both players twice looks very, very strong.
Agreed. Three ways, the ranges are actually pretty tight right here. So he is representing two pair or better.
And he could definitely have straights, which J-Mod does block queen 10, but OFC has all combinations of queen 10. He was in the third blind, so he's defending all queen 10s.
Yeah.
And even some bluffs that got there like 10-8, he decided to bet with a hand like 10-8 on the turn for some reason. He just got there on the river, so I think it's really hard to find the bluffs here.
I agree.
Yeah, especially
You put Rick on a flush draw, that even eliminates more bluffs, right?
Yeah, and even though hearts missed, I don't see a heart draw playing with this line.
Great fold here.
So yeah, I like the fold by both players.
Yeah,
Yeah, and OFC taking the strong line, betting both turn and river and the two players.
but he knew exactly where it was at.
Yeah.
Him having King Jack there makes it a lot less likely that J-Mod turned like Ace King.
Yeah.
So he's blocking a lot of J-Mod's best hands.
And he's going to get called by a lot of second. There's a lot of strong hands around there.
I
that are gonna
love
get
that.
called.
I love that turn lead from him because I think that if he checked, there's a good chance that it would have checked through.
I agree.
So he got an extra $1,200 in value there by leading versus checking.
Yep, very nicely played, OFC.
OFC putting on a lesson. I'm taking notes here.
That's something that he actually is very good at, is knowing kind of where he's at in a hand.
And he's not afraid to lead when to lead into the field when he wasn't the aggressor on the previous street, which is actually like a really important skill in PLO. But he does it. He applies it in Hold'em, where I think a lot of players just auto check.
Well, it's interesting, too. I've been playing for a really long time, and it used to be conventional wisdom to never really do that. And the more we're learning about advanced strategy with solvers, etc., we're starting to learn that there are a lot of times when the range advantage changes a lot, where it is proper to start donking out on the turn. So it's definitely nice to see that. That's a play I've added to my own game in the past few years that I used to never do.
Do you think OFC is in there studying solvers, or he's just brilliant?
He is
like,
the solver.
his brain is a solver, right?
Yeah, I
He's
think
got
OFC is a secret solver.
He kind of reminds me of like a Phil Ivey type of player in the sense he's just got natural talent.
Right.
He's just
I agree.
he's just got a really good feel for what's going on. He's very sharp. He's just got natural ability.
He's also got a very important concept called face equity.
Yeah.
So whenever I play him, I just want to beat him so badly, and that ends up costing me money. Got to think objectively.
Face equity.
Yeah,
I'm going to
face
use that in the
equity
future at some point.
It's a very advanced concept. I won't get into it right now, but I also carry some face equity, and it's made me a lot of money in the past.
Fair enough. Well, me being Asian definitely gives me a lot of face equity as well.
And nobody wants to fold the Asians.
Yep, that's true.
So OFC thinking his King Queen is good here.
Oh, wow, look at this river.
And Yao's got to be loving this river because he's got to be thinking
Hopefully
it's very likely OFC has an ace calling two streets on a very dry board. So this is really a gin river for Yao.
Interesting to see what sizing he's going to use here. If he's going to overbet pot.
So this is a spot where overbetting would be very valid because it looks like your opponent has an ace.
Yeah, like 2,000.
Yeah. And you're not blocking
Yeah.
them from having that. So
One
he
thing
could even
against
shove.
it is there aren't a lot of bluffs in this spot, but that being said, I think your first point is more important, that you're unblocking the ace,
Yeah.
and your opponent's going to have it a lot. So I agree. I think going all in is the play here.
And Yao definitely has face equity.
Oh, yeah.
Got a great image.
Definitely has face equity on
And,
this.
and Yao's image, I think he's going to be more likely to get paid off than others by ripping this river. So
Yeah, I would have liked to see an overbet jam
and
there.
OFC wants to call him with king queen high. So clearly,
And he can make these calls. It wouldn't surprise me. It honestly wouldn't surprise me if he would be more likely to call it jam too. But it is a big size, which is good.
Actually, remember this hand. I'm actually running action tracker on this hand.
Don't spoil it.
I'm not going to spoil it. OFC in the tank.
Yeah, he's made quite a few of these calls correctly in the past, but I do like this fold.
yeah.
Yeah,
That
so
1500 looks like a value bet. It's a pot size bet. So maybe if Yao shoved, he might have gotten hero.
so he actually said outside, you don't hear it in here, but he said if you shove the river, I call.
Hey, there you go.
Oh,
He said that. That's that because I hand the head mic off to Eric.
Yeah,
He actually specifically said if you shove the river, I call.
We were saying he might be more likely to call there.
Sometimes I wonder how much of OFC's talk is trying to get his opponents to think whatever he wants them to think. It's
That is
manipulative.
another very interesting part of OFC's game is his table talk.
It's funny when he starts talking about a hand after the hand, I just stop listening. I
That's a
think
good strategy, actually.
Kim actually told me that. She's like, I just stopped listening. I'm like, that's really good advice. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna start doing that.
I actually really like that.
Because
I
she's
like
like,
to
pretty
just
much
play along with
nothing
him.
you hear is gonna be truthful. It's all
Yeah.
gonna be, whatever he wants you to think.
I just fight back by talking a lot of smack to him.
Yeah. No, you could definitely try to give him some false info as well. J-Ma is just wondering when PLO is going to start.
Yeah.
Play
Just-
ace queen, have to fold. This game is no
Yes.
fun. Why do you guys want to do this to yourself?
6 players.
I mean, we got 6 players to a flop.
Jose flopping top trips with a weaker kicker.
Great flop for Jose. So
OFC's betting for a little bit of protection here. He's going to be good a lot, but most
Yeah.
turn cards aren't going to be good.
going a little more than half pot, but alarm bells are definitely going to be going off when he gets called here.
Especially by Jose, who hasn't
Yeah.
played too many hands tonight.
I mean, what else could Jose be calling with?
Yeah, once you get called,
Great turn card for Jose. I'd actually think this is a good spot to check back. It's hard for him to get called by much worse.
I agree. I like the check back. I think you can bet with your stronger kings, but with your weaker kings, you got to think about what you're going to get called by. So I think you're more likely to get a bet if you play your hand a little deceptively in that spot.
Yeah.
See what size he's going to go here on the river. He's going to go for a small sizing for value.
And
700,
OC
yeah.
snap folds. Well played by both players, I think.
Yeah, Tiny, yeah.
Maybe Jose could have gone for a small turn bet there to try to get value from like a middling pair.
Yeah,
Yeah,
also
eight's not,
viable
well,
there.
9,
Yeah.
there's a 9 on the turn, so
Yeah.
yeah, 8, 9s, 10s.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, with OFC having
think-
pocket 7s, he definitely, when he bet for protection on the flop, is definitely representing hands like 7s through 10s. Yeah, Tiny, we were going to try to do some of the adjustments to the camera. When we got in today, Eric had a bunch of stuff bust at his RV, so we had to take care of that. And so we'll definitely do that before tomorrow's Congress game. So Jose picking up some hands here. Pocket 8s. Middle position, going to make it 100.
So Kim with a really nice hand. This is a hand that I would
Like to
definitely
squeeze.
squeeze versus
Yeah.
these players.
This is one of my favorite.
I'm surprised to see her just call. Maybe it's because Jose's opening
Right.
and been on the tighter side, but I still think with the loose players in between, Bao and OFC, squeezing makes a lot of sense. She just flops the nuts.
Now
Yep.
she wishes she squeezed.
Yeah,
Now, and this is going to be tough because
but
her
she
player.
actually might
Okay.
end up making more money here from Bao stabbing the spot.
Yeah.
Heads up.
It's going to go check, check.
She's very, very, very under-repped.
Now she turns that flush draw. Let's see.
And Bao Betting again, small bluff here.
Now, do you ever come back for a check raise here, or just going to call?
I think she has to raise here because
Yeah.
she just needs to start getting more money into
Yeah,
the pot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She also wants to take the lead into the river. She
Yeah.
can't risk
Yeah.
check on the river.
Yeah. Definitely want to start building a pot there, especially after flopping Broadway, also turning the nut flush draw as well.
So she definitely needed an 8 on the turn there.
Yeah.
instead of a 9.
Yeah, and
Hey, would've been a money
realistically,
card.
even though Bao had nothing that time, he's going to have a lot of very strong hands that can call a check raise there.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it can't be results oriented in that spot. I think that's a perfect spot to check raise.
Even if he has a hand like Queen 10 or Queen Jack
Yeah.
with some kind of straight draw, he's likely to call a raise where if you just call the turn, he's probably just going to end up checking back that river. So.
Exactly. He's going to have so many continues there.
And then
so.
if he does happen to have 2 pairs, something strong, you want to start getting value immediately. Yeah, but I would have definitely squeezed that spot there.
I think you want to do both. So I think you need to sometimes be squeezing that hand and sometimes be flatting.
Yeah, I feel like against those players, I'm probably just always doing it.
That's probably fine too. You know?
But I know.
For me, yeah,
Well, especially suited. Offsuit, I might just call sometimes, especially deep. But I think a suited hand is just, you just want to start building the pot with.
I think that's fair enough too.
Yeah.
Especially the original opener was in late position, right?
Yeah, he's in middle position,
Middle
but
position,
Jose's definitely capable of opening
Yeah.
a wider range. So we got quite a matchup here. J-Ma 3-betting the queens on the button. Bao defending.
Ooh.
What a flop here. All the money could go in with J-Ma just having a little over twice the pot left in his stack.
Yeah.
If Bao check raises here, the money will go in.
Especially Bao or J-Ma's been having a rough night.
Yeah, so J-Ma goes for 500 here. Seems like a pretty good bet size. A little over 1/3 pot. And Bao wisely just calls.
Gonna take his equity here. Now he's drawing dead.
Brutal turn card for Bao. So is J-Ma here? Are you leaning towards betting small, or are you checking back?
I think either is fine. The problem is you just have so much of the board locked up, and you got to think about what kind of hands Bao's calling with. So you want to let hands like what he has give him a chance to get there.
Right.
But there aren't a ton of draws either at the same time, so I might just bet small and try to get called by some of the lower pairs.
So Bao, realizing where he's at here, very wisely doesn't fall for the check back. I guess one argument to check back is to to encourage Bao to bluff the river.
Exactly.
So one, you allow him to get there with a hand like Jack 10, and 2, he might bluff, thinking maybe you have something like Ace King or some kind of hand that 3-bet that missed, and now is giving up on the turn. But also, I guess the merit for betting small on the turn is that he will still continue to call with Jack 10. So you get value from that hand. You might get raised, or you might I think you're stacking a 9 regardless. So
Yeah, that's true. I think you're going to get the money in against the 9. I think that's why I think either of them's fine. Those are definitely good points, though. And that's why position is so powerful in this game, because you have those options where if you do want to decide to check back, then you're giving your opponent a chance to bluff with a very wide range.
And Bao's definitely the type of player that will go for the bluff there on the river, but he wisely that time decided not to. So I'm impressed to see him. He just realized his equity on the flop, and then just gave up on the hand, didn't lose any more money once the board paired.
Yeah, one of the leaks I see a lot of players make is they too often continue their bluffing or barrels on paired board turns. And usually paired boards kind of make the equity shift, not shift, I should say. They stay with the original advantage more often. So you're just, bluff doesn't get as much credit.
Right.
Personally, I'm a lot more likely to call people down on board paired like turns and rivers with a bluff catcher.
Right. And if your opponent's check calling you out of position and, like, say the middle card paired, it's more likely now that they have trips or a hand that's not folding. Like, it's a lot harder for top pair to fold, or even bottom pair.
Yep.
But then it creates this interesting dynamic where it's like a spot where, like, me and you are in the hand, a spot where, like, we know that it's not a a spot that's bluffed very often. So, you know, do you want to bluff once in a while, or what kind of hands do you want to choose to bluff with? Becomes kind of a leveling war.
Yeah, there are so many factors to consider, and that's why this game is so beautiful. And you know, after almost 20 years playing, I'm still learning every day. So still have a lot more to learn too.
So do you have any plans for playing any tournaments coming up?
You know, I'm kind of taking a little bit of a hiatus from my poker grind in general. I still love to play, and I'm still going to play when I can on various stream games. But until the WSOP this summer, I'm probably going to take a pretty long break from tournaments. I'm kind of focusing on some other areas of my life, like health and new startup. So poker's kind of taking a little bit of a back seat right now. But that'll happen. I go through ebbs and flows, and I'll definitely get back into the poker grind eventually. How about yourself?
I just got off the 8th place finish at the Fort. It kind of piqued my interest in tournaments again. I actually did some studying after the final table and realized I made some ICM punts there. But I'm mostly just going to be focusing on cash games. Not sure yet about the World Series. I know you're going to be going out there for the championship pre-roll event.
The Tournament of Champions.
Tournament of Champions, yes.
Basically, everyone in the past year who has won a circuit event, a live circuit event, or there's a couple other qualifiers as well. They get to play at $1 million free roll at the beginning of the World Series of Poker, so I'm looking forward to that.
That's very exciting.
Yep.
And if you guys go up to Choctaw to play, you get to see Danny's face hanging from the rafters. The banner all the way on the right.
Yeah, almost now. There's been one or two champions since me, but I'll probably go to Choctaw if there's any events in between, just because that chance of getting a second banner is too much to pass up. And like you said, once you have a deep run in a tournament, it's so fun and exciting. Yeah. It's like a drug; you need more. So tournaments can be very fun.
They can be very addicting, very fun.
Yeah. But they're also a horrible idea, and nobody should ever play them ever for any reason.
Other than to have fun, of course, and get lucky. If you're a luck box,
play
like me,
yeah. I mean, if you're going to win the tournament, then it's a good reason
then
to
definitely play.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I would say for the first 15 years of my poker career, I almost exclusively played cash games. Now that I'm kind of focused on some other areas of life, it's nice to be able to spread out and learn some new games like tournaments. There's just so much nuance to it, and it fascinates me endlessly. Like you were talking about ICM, and just how strategy changes throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
And playing different stack sizes.
Yeah, I actually watched Jose sent me a link. His friend won the 10K Super Millions on GG Poker. So it's obviously some of the best tournament players in the world on this final table. And I watched the replay of it after that final table and saw the folds they made and some of the decisions. And that's when I texted him immediately. I was like, I definitely punted. But it was someone folded ace king suited to a shove with 20 bigs when there were an 8 big blind stack and a 5 big blind stack behind, and it was just fascinating to see. So, and I assume that these guys study these spots a lot, so I would assume that they're pretty accurate in most of their decisions. So it's cool to see. It's definitely made me realize even more that I already knew, but just kind of hammers it home that it's much more valuable to be the one shoving than to be the one calling off. Even with a hand as strong as ace king in some spots, you can't be calling. So I don't know if I could fold ace king suited with 20 bigs, but yeah, they got another flip.
I think it's very situation dependent. ICM is very complicated. And like you said, if you're a middling stack, it becomes a lot more costly to call off all your chips all in and risk it when you're almost guaranteed free pay jumps by just folding.
Right. And it was a cards up replay, so you could see the cards. And the guy that shoved under the gun, should have a tight range because they're 7-handed and he's ripping 19 bigs with all these ICM considerations. So, but he had ace queen suited and got ace king suited to fold. So that's literally the only way he could have played it where that hand would have folded.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have folded in that spot.
I definitely wouldn't have.
I would have had to kind of see what the rest of the stacks and
Yeah.
the jumps are. All the variables matter in that spot.
For sure. Yeah, there were minimum like 100K jumps per spot. So.
And that's the other thing, like how much does this money matter to you in real life?
Right.
You might never get in this spot again. These are, when you run deep in a tournament, the real money value of these hands starts to go way up. And a lot of people don't realize, you're playing the equivalent now of 500, 1,000, no limit hold'em sometimes. Poker Monkey says he's going to be playing the main event this year. I will see you out there. This will be my 3rd year playing. My goal is to never miss it again. It is such a fun tournament. Anybody else planning to go to Vegas this year for the WSOP? The schedule was just released today.
Anything of substance that happened while I was gone?
Nothing too exciting.
Jose returning
Yeah, turning the
Broadway
nuts here.
on a Badoogie board. All right, it's been a while since we put up some stats. Let's do that. Let's look at cumulative winnings.
Yeah, how's everybody doing?
Through 40 hands, OFC still the biggest winner. Like I said, I don't think that JMOS stat's correct. He may have accidentally input the wrong amount at the beginning. Mustafa, Kim, and Bao towards the bottom. Still a lot of poker left. About 2 hours into the stream. Still plenty of time. All right, let's look at some VPIP stats. Not surprising that Bao and Yao towards the top of the VPIP statistics. Rick at the bottom, 15%. J-Mal surprisingly at 20%. Hasn't got too much to work with this evening.
Yeah, he's been very card dead. Rick's been very card dead as well.
And especially, we're playing a lot of PLO, so they haven't really seen that many hands, so it's a very small sample.
Right.
Sure.
All these guys like to get in there and play, so anything could change.
That's another hard thing about playing PLO live is because it's so much slower. If you're going to play a tight, patient, call it quote-unquote correct style, it just requires like so much more patience and hold'em. And it's easy to tilt, and it's easy like when you see people in there gambling or winning with garbage to just want to do it too.
That's why the game is so great.
Yeah, even more so than hold'em. Like I find myself like, just sometimes you get antsy or you want to get in there and play a hand that you shouldn't, or
I think
in
it's
there,
even
mix it
more
up.
so on Congress because now you're talking a split pot game, and it takes a while to split the pots up. And I actually did try it a little bit when I first came to Texas, but it was a little too slow for my taste. But
Yeah.
still a very fun game.
Yeah.
Both players have top 2.
No one with Queen Jack. Now does turn. So both Habib
Habib's
and
got
Mustafa.
What a
both
turn
have a
here.
backdoor
They both
flush
have
draw.
kings and tens.
About 50% equity in this hand.
Yeah.
Interesting to see if a spade peels off. No, spade.
Oh,
Ace of diamonds.
Mustafa counterfeit.
Mustafa's going to win aces and kings with the queen kicker. But Habib's turning this hand into a bluff when check too. I really like this play by Habib with his kings and tens. He's blocking full houses. And if...
Let's see if Mustafa can sniff this one out. Looks
and
like
he makes the
does.
call.
Yeah, he's
Very
gonna-
nice call.
Wow.
Mustafa having a good night.
What a call there. Really impressed. I love the bet there from Habib, and also a very impressive call there from Mustafa.
I like to see these guys battle each other. They've played a lot of interesting hands against each other. They know each other very well.
Yeah.
It always creates an interesting dynamic.
So Mustafa did make that tight fold earlier versus Habib, but made a good call there on the river. So Mustafa owning Habib a little bit, folding bottom set when he set over set, and then calling very light on that river correctly.
Love to see it.
Yeah. It's definitely more difficult making hero calls like that in PLO. It's because there's just, you know, so many more cards your opponent can have that beat you. Sometimes I feel like even they could randomly be bluffing with something that beats you, which in that spot it was hard, but I feel like in other situations it could happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
You almost just like hope that if you call, they just muck their hand. In PL, like in Omaha, if you bluff catch, I almost don't want to see their cards like and hold them. You kind of want to see it for information, but in PLO, I'd almost rather them just like instead of accidentally find something or have something they didn't realize they have, which happens. I'd rather them just muck the hand because I've definitely like seen people get caught bluffing and they turn their hand up and they have a flush or a straight that they didn't even realize that they had, you know, and they thought they were bluffing. So. Especially if you play like 5 or 6 card, it's just like so much more likely someone finds something random.
Yeah, in games like this where it's so multi-way, you know, 9-handed game, you really got to be careful with your bluffs and bluff catches. That's why I mostly stick with the ace-high blocker bluffs and stuff like that.
Clean bluff.
Clean bluffs, there you go.
Keep it simple.
But again, everything's situational. A lot of people will give general tips and advice, but it's really important to put everything into context.
Yeah. So we got some nice hands here. So it looks like Habib back raised here with his ace, queen, 10, 7. Mustafa with a double suited hand, Bao suited to the ace. Jose is also suited to the ace with some wheel and low straightening cards.
Interesting 4-bet. I'm not quite as studied on the best like 4-bet bluffs pre-flop in PLO, but it wouldn't surprise me if you know, this type of hand was okay.
And
I'd
really,
rather be suited with the ace though.
And it's actually like a great flop from the bluff because he blocks top set. He blocks a nut flush draw. He definitely has good turn cards that he can turn. Any Broadway card gives him additional equity.
This is a good example where this is a spot where if you're going to start betting now, you have to
follow through.
You have to play as if you have the ace high flush if it comes. But with that little behind, it might not come to that anyway.
Yeah, I think this bet is going to take it down here. It's really difficult for Bao to call. But Bao is making the call. He's got a backdoor flush draw. He's got middle pair.
Got some wheel outs.
He's got a gut shot to a wheel. This would be a really good flop for Bao in high-low, but in high it's not quite as good, but he does have really brutal turn card for him.
Yeah, this will be easy for Habib to get it all in here. He beats all of their 10s.
Yeah, great card for Habib. And he just rips the rest of his money in. So he did essentially commit himself on that flop.
Yeah.
And Bao's getting a really great price.
Yeah, 890 to win.
He's almost getting the right price. This looks like it's going to be 890 to win about 6,700.
Still probably just folding here.
Oh, yeah.
He might be just drawing dead.
He's not, though. So Bao's going to need a 5.
Now he's dead.
And Habib, rivers and nuts, essentially rivering a full house. 10's full of aces. Nice hand for Habib there. Well played. It shows sometimes just pure aggression in PLO. Just gets it done. Just gets the job done. It's better to be aggressive than be passive.
Oh, yeah. That is true for pretty much all forms of poker as far as I can tell.
Nice hand, nice card.
Can I get a Coke? You want anything?
Pepsi.
Do they have Coke or just Pepsi?
They both.
Okay. The hair's coming in. All right, so Jose with a really nice hand here. He's got King, Queen, Jack 9, single suit. Bao's got a nice one too. Queen, Queen, Jack 10. And OFC with the strong one as well. Ace, King, Jack 8. And he folds. Jose with probably one of my favorite PLO hands that aren't aces. The King, Queen, Jack 9
Yeah.
down, King, Queen, Jack 10.
Nice little wrap cards with single suit to
love
the
these
king.
hands. I mean, we prefer to be double suited, but you can't be too picky.
A Bao with a
Bao
good
3-bet. Okay, Bao 3-bet with a very strong hand. He's got Queen, Queen, Jack 10.
double
Both
blocking.
players-
Yeah.
Yeah, both players with very similar hands here. It's going to be interesting. That's going to be some action boards.
Yeah, for sure. Jose in position though. Now both flopping.
Yeah, bad flop for both players. Bao could try to represent aces, pocket aces, as he did 3-bet pre-flop. I think Jose is going to be happy to take a free card here.
And I think if it wasn't Jose, I think he would have barreled the flop there.
Yeah, and both players are just going to want to try to get the showdown with this hand and realize their equity. If Bao gets the showdown with his queens, he's going to be very happy to win here on this ace-high board. Thank you.
Bao checking on the river on a 7 of spades. Jose just going to check back too as well.
I need to finance the rest. Sorry.
You ready to move in a week? I actually forgot. I didn't forget about it, but you move it in like 8 days.
Yeah, it's coming up.
The good thing is we have a nice little team. It's going to help us move. It's going to be nice to only drive 12 minutes to either here or Texas Card House. It's going to be it's going to be nice. Now I don't have to take 4 freeways.
Yeah. Definitely very convenient.
Yeah, Mark Wee in the chat also helping Hayden and Kim out for their.
Shout out to Mark.
Yeah, and also
He's been great.
he was on the phone with Eric while we were in Atlanta, you know, trying to help them get their place. So if you're in the DFW area looking for a great real estate agent to help you find a place to either buy or rent, Mark Wee is your guy.
Look no further.
Yeah. So we're gonna pimp out Mark Wee, pimp as a real estate agent, and Habib at Sell the Mediterranean. So
Wow, we got some hands here.
look at this.
Everyone with some very strong hands. Kim just calling with the Jack, Jack, Queen, King. Looks like we got a family pie here. Rick.
Is everybody in?
Rick raised it up pre-flop with his aces. 9 players this flop.
And I can see action track
Who's the
card.
most equity?
Somebody with hearts, which is
Habib. Habib's got the 10 high hearts.
Now he can't think that his 10 high flush draw is any good.
He can't be feeling great about this. J-Ma.
Rick finally raises, we all fall.
Wow.
So Habib is
Calling
gonna
out Rick there.
Habib is gonna bet his 10 high flush,
Yeah, into the field. Brave bet.
especially being an EP.
Yeah, he's not scared. And J-Mod's going to call here, trying to boat up.
Now Habib has a propensity to lead a lot.
Yeah, Habib, yeah, he slows down here. J-Mod's been pretty snug tonight. Habib has to feel good seeing that ace of hearts come out. Makes it a lot more likely his hand is good. And he's just going to be happy to check down here. So J-Mod did get to realize his equity there.
Yeah.
You know, for just a flop bet of 300. Nice hand there for Habib.
Just a little halfway over this Thursday night round of each game. 5, 10, 25. No limit hold'em. 5, 5, 10 PLO. Nice little merged game. You know, we've been doing PLO every other week. Been running the 5, 10, 25 on Fridays. You know, with us being out of town and then Eric being out of town next week. Nice to merge these games. We're going to definitely have some fun next week.
I love the round of each concept. think it's a great gateway for Hold'em players to get into
Yeah, and
Omaha or some different games.
I've been playing a little bit more out of Florida, Oklahoma. You don't see a round of each being played often. It's more of a Texas thing. Would you guys agree? I don't know. I've never seen it out.
That's
in
true.
Vegas.
I don't see it.
I don't
as
think it's
often
very
in other
common
places.
anywhere, to be
Right.
honest. But you'll see it in small amounts in various locations.
Mustafa here with pocket aces, single suited to ace of clubs.
Yeah, so we might just see him call because he has shown a propensity to just flat his aces, and he does this time as well.
I think if you're going to do round of each, this is the way to do it, where you do like a 5-5-10, a smaller blinds for Omaha, and bigger blinds for Hold'em.
Yeah, I agree. Because the Omaha almost always ends up playing bigger anyways.
Absolutely. People think just because you can only bet the size of the pot that it's smaller, but
As you can see.
that gets exponentially larger by the river. Man, this I have to give you guys props for this. This is very difficult to be announcing. I'm very impressed with you guys. So
Hayden's used to it now.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in here
I'm
2
a little
hours.
rusty though. I haven't been in the booth for a
Couple weeks, right?
now,
Yeah.
Feels like we've been here all day.
But we appreciate the support in chat.
I have been told
with
that
us.
Super Chat is down for some reason. I think we have to change the setting. I'm not going to mess with it because I don't want to crash the stream. So definitely want to have that up. Again, tomorrow is going to be a 5K Congress tribute to Bugsy, who unexpectedly passed away last weekend. So tune into that. As far as I know, it's going to be one of the only Big O high-low games that's been streamed, especially at those stakes. Going to have a lot of players from the DFW area. It's a closely tight-knit group, apparently. So there's going to be a big feeder table as well. You have Greg Vale, who's going to be in the booth with me tomorrow, the author of Scoop, which is a book specifically on PLO, 5-card, a Big O. So I know he has students. I talked to him a few days ago, actually yesterday, about kind of.
Yeah, he does coaching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talked to him a little bit yesterday, just kind of procedure how we're going to do it tomorrow, because it's going to be the first time we run that game, and you're going to run it 8-handed and going to leave the 5 seat open for Bugsy. So, but that feeder table is going to be awesome as well, especially with that lineup.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Bugsy was one of the first dealers to deal to me when I moved to Texas about 2 years ago. And he is such a great person. I'm really going to miss him.
Yeah.
Really terrible loss. And it's nice to see that we're doing a tribute game for him. He definitely deserves it.
And the other rooms in there, I know Texas Card House and Shuffle are doing memorial tournaments where a portion of either the prize pool and or the administrative fees are going to go to his family.
Very nice.
So
Very nice.
He always had
Love
such a
to see
great
it.
attitude when he would enter the box. Always had very funny anecdotes and stories and kept it fun. So we need more people like Bugsy in the poker world.
all right, so Bow here with the best of it. Open-ended gutter for the most equity.
Yeah, it looks like Yao's using his blockers here, betting out the flop. And Bow calling with his open ender. Turn goes check.
Yeah, these middling boards in PLO have always been very difficult for me to know how to play. It's kind of hard to figure out where you're at.
It's going to bluff here. Going to make.
Nice.
Take it down.
Nice bluff there from Yao.
Yeah.
Yao's really taking down some nice spots here with some aggression.
Yeah, Reggie. Eric and I were down in Daytona Beach a lot. They flew he and I out there to live stream a final table for a poker tournament, and we had actually talked to him last Thursday or Friday, and then I remember we were in the hotel room, and Eric's like, "Oh no, oh my God!" And I was like, "What happened?" He said, "Bugsy just passed away," and I was like, "You got to be kidding me! We just talked to him like 24 hours ago on the phone, So unexpectedly passed away last Friday, Saturday. And he had put together this Congress game a few weeks back for tomorrow. And after talking with Rebecca Thompson and her talking to some of the other players that had been confirmed for tomorrow's stream, they wanted to proceed with tomorrow with the stream. So we went ahead. We're going to go through with it. They're going to use tomorrow as a tribute celebration of his life because he would want that game to continue on. Definitely going to be taking some donations for his family as well. So Tune in tomorrow, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Same. YouTube, look Poker House Live.
Best exterminator in Texas.
Yeah. So let's see here.
Oh.
Business.
So we got some nice hands here. Rick with double paired hand, queen, queen, 9-9, getting in the mix. And J-Ma flopping an open ender.
So J-Ma with the most equity here.
Looks like Yao is betting out with
Nothing.
middle pair,
Yeah, middle
backdoor
pair.
flush draw, backdoor straight draw.
And Yao's
He's a dreamer. He sees backdoors.
and Yao's such a tough player to play against.
Yeah, because he could have anything. Like just like earlier in that hand with Jose, where the jack just looked like a brick, and that just gave Yao top set.
Yeah.
Like his range is wide open.
Call it uncapped.
It's kind of a tough spot for J-Ma. He just has an open ender, but it is the nuts. He's also got a backdoor flush draw.
Tiny, I think that's a good idea. You got to figure. For some reason, super chats are currently not working, and I know why, but I don't want to mess with it right now. So it's something I'm going to look at post stream or tomorrow morning to make sure we get that situated for tomorrow with that stream.
Yeah, we're basically in a spaceship back here. I definitely am not going to press any buttons.
Yeah. Tiny's been back here.
I'm afraid
I'm not
we'll
allowed to
eject.
touch anything.
I always tell Hayden if I step out, I said, don't touch anything. It's like, this is yours, up and down, and
I
mute.
can touch
That's
my
it.
drink. That's it. Interesting turn here. Yao turning spades. He's blocking 7-8. J-Ma turning 2 pair with an open ender. So J-Ma can't be loving this turn card, but little does he know that he has 60% equity here.
Hardest part about PLO, calculating the pot.
Great play there by Yao. Getting J-Ma off the best hand at the moment, best equity.
Yes, we
Can't
will
really
Lego
blame
and
him.
Tiny. We'll be able
No,
to
I
super
would've
chat
folded too.
tomorrow. It is, for some reason, something must have happened between last week and this week where super chat donations are currently not working. I'm not going to mess with it right now.
I changed it so they all go straight into my bank account. I think that's probably why you think they're not working, but keep sending them,
Yeah.
everybody.
I thought he wasn't allowed to touch anything.
Yikes. Hi,
So Bao with a really beautiful hand here. Jack 10, 9, 8. The suit, nice rundown.
yeah. Wrap cards.
Mustafa with another big pair of kings. He's got an ace-high suit. And Jose with a nice one too. Jack, Jack, Queen 10.
Now,
I love these high pairs with that have like all connectivity, 3 straight cards.
So from a PLO perspective, if you see a lot of players playing and you have a hand, let's say like 4, 5, 6, 7, like double suited, would you be more inclined to make that call because you're putting players on higher cards and like higher pocket pairs?
I think a hand like that is definitely playable. You just have to be careful, like when you do flop the flush draw. But you're
Right.
just looking for very specific boards.
Right.
You know. You're not playing your hand really for your suits.
Playing it for the
your-
straights.
Your hand can actually be the fact being double suited with those hands like can help you in the terms of if you flop a wrap on like a rainbow board or if you flop like even a straight.
Right.
Like having backdoor flush draw potential.
Yeah.
Just adds some nice extra equity to your hand. So like that's a reason like to play like a wrap or a straight draw aggressively on a flop, especially like a rainbow board. Is if you have backdoor flush draws, you get other people out that have better backdoor flush draws than you.
Yeah.
So that your backdoor flush draws are more likely to be live.
That makes
If you
sense.
narrow the
And a
field.
lot of times what will happen is you're going to end up getting it in against a very similar hand, but now you're going to be the one free rolling them. Like you might both make the nut straight on the turn, but now you've got a free roll in the backdoor flush that could come in
Yeah.
where they're drawing dead to a chop. So that happens quite a bit.
So Yao teaching us how to play this hand. He 3-bet squeezed with 6-7-4-3 double. He gets a great flop. This is a board where he's blocking 5-6 and he can't really think that anyone really connected with
This
his
is
board
board,
too
yeah.
hard.
Yeah.
So given this pot is so bloated, I like his play here. This is actually a hand that you could like consider 3-betting in position heads up. The reason to do so is to like, it actually plays better heads up because you have good equity even against like really good aces, and you clear people out that have better flush draws, better suits.
Yeah, this is probably the lowest of the rundown hands that I'll play.
Yeah.
Because you want to be able to cooler wheel straights, and this hand can cooler wheel straights.
Yeah. I actually think multi-way this hand probably goes down in value.
Absolutely. Yeah. Your flush draws basically
useless.
Go turn into useless cards the more multi-way you are.
Yeah, just like Hayden was saying, you're playing for more of the straights than you are on the flush draws, but
in the backdoor equity.
In the backdoor equity.
Yeah.
So with him having backdoor clubs and backdoor diamonds, he's got double back. Obviously, he's got the front door, front door straights. Correct.
It ends up blocking your opponent from getting there as well.
It's a beautiful flop for him, considering he was the pre-flop aggressor.
And it's gonna put put Mustafa in a tough position with overpairs, knowing, Yao, a player like Yao, this is actually going to be a very good board for a player like Yao. Right?
Yao just said that's my board.
Yeah.
That's my wheelhouse. Everyone knows it.
Yeah. And so when he bets that board, you have to believe he has it,
Yeah. It doesn't matter he potted a pre-flop. He's got it.
Especially his board when he puts in raises.
He hit the bottom of his range there with top 2 and straight draw.
I don't think Yao has ranges. I think he's just like, I feel like I'm just going to like 3-bet this hand just because I feel like it.
His range is all 52 cards.
Yeah.
Another beginner tip for starting hand quality is if you have a rundown, meaning 4 connected cards, the lower the gap on that rundown, the better. So, for instance, he had 7, 6, 4, 3, so the gap was in between in the middle 5. If he had 7, 6, 5, 3, that would have been the best version of that rundown. And then on the opposite end of that spectrum, if like the 6 is the gap, that's very bad. So if it's 7, 5, 4, 3, now it becomes the worst version of that rundown. You're least likely to flop powerful draws and nut draws.
If you flop a wrap, there's one end that won't be to the nuts, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you want to be drawing to the nuts. So the lower, in fact, 7, 6, 5, 3 might even be better than 7, 6, 5, 4. It's been a little while since I've studied PLO, but I think that's accurate.
It's the best flop for 7, 6, 5, 3, like deuce 4, 8, probably, right? Deuce 4, 8 rainbow. That's got to be a pretty good one.
Yeah, for sure. I'll take
2
it.
backdoor flush draws. Let's bet the house. Whoa, and look at this. Looks like someone raised.
I like the squeeze from Jose here.
Jose actually limped and then back 3-bet.
Wow.
I think Yao might have raised, or you can see who raised. Nice hand for Jose.
Now, do you think with PLO playing that some of these players are going to be a little more loose on the hold'em side, knowing that they lost some big pots on the PLO side, maybe overplay some hands on the hold'em side, and or vice versa?
I feel like from what we've seen, the PLO players have been a little tighter in hold'em.
Yep.
And some of the hold'em players have been a little tighter in PLO. But I do think that you could definitely see some of the PLO, players push the action more in PLO.
Yeah.
Which can create for some more action.
And as players get more and more stuck, hopefully they become more desperate.
I think the hold'em players are like, if they get stuck, they're more likely to try and gamble or force the issue in PLO because they know it's a game where equities run close.
And one hand can get you back.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like we're going to go 7 ways to this flop.
Looks like Bowd raised it up to 125.
Oh, that didn't do anything.
It's a pot builder.
I think it's called it was one of those bounce pots.
And
OFC
flopping straight, right?
Very strong hand.
Yeah.
And Bow with a really strong hand too. Middle pair.
Open-ended with the hot. Yeah.
OFC just calling here.
Rick also open-ended as well with backdoor hearts. Got a little bit. Wait, is that correct? Did somebody have better hearts than he does? Oh, yeah. It's so hard because I have to look at both sides of the screen to see. I just look at the equities to see who's in the lead.
And Rick ripping it here. his bottom pair, open ender, backdoor flush draw.
Oh, wow.
He's going to be in a really rough spot here.
Yeah, that's exactly what OFC wanted to see. What are your thoughts on OFC's just call versus raise?
I really like it.
Me too.
And look
Gonna
at
keep in some weaker
And
hands.
he's got bow putting money in. I mean,
A lot of draws that could squeeze too.
OFC is just in a brilliant position here.
And Rick is obviously going to get called by OFC. And
I think it's a function of whether or not he's just gonna like get it all, try to get it all in. But with Kim behind, we know Kim's gonna fold, especially based off this action between Rick and Bao.
yeah, Kim's got the sneaky double gutter.
And he's gonna rip it as well.
She actually doesn't have a double gutter.
The funny thing is, based on the specific hands they have, she's not actually in that bad a shape. But
Yeah.
obviously
Well,
she
she
has
is
no way of
because she
knowing
needs a
that.
7, and they all have 7.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the 7s are gone, so she would need the 10. I forgot I can see all of
And
her.
Bao has no choice but to call. He's so much in the pot at that point. Only less than 1,000 for him to call.
OFC, no way you have 9-7. You have 9-7. Jesus.
He's lying on a forced showdown hand.
I don't need to do straight. Yeah, I got 7-9.
Rick's like, crap. Rick believes him right now. I don't know how much Rick knows how much of a liar OFC is.
And he essentially has the same thing.
That's true. That's true.
You did not bring his 25.
Yeah,
You brought his 375 in, but you didn't bring in the 25.
Kim is the consummate table captain, making sure everything is on the up and up.
She used to run the dealer school.
Yeah, Kim is a boss in every sense of the word. Some of us know that
For
more than
sure.
others.
Yeah. So on our
That's
bigger,
where Emmy gets it from.
on our bigger stakes games, we allow it to run it multiple times, up to multi-way. On our lower stake games, we do not allow it.
Oh, the 7
No,
did
that
come
7
in.
did come in.
Wow. Kim's like, no.
And Bao rivers a boat on the second run out. Bao and OFC are going to chop up Rick's money here. Ouch.
Very unlucky spot there for Rick. He thought he'd be in much better shape. Putting in the bluff there, but apparently everyone else also had a 7.
And that's tough to bluff multi-way, even in position. Maybe heads up 3 ways, you can make that move, but I think he was in position, though. I think he was in the cutoff for the button.
I think he saw a lot of dead money out there.
Yeah.
He knows Bao's betting light. OFC could be calling with a lot of hands. But the issue I see with it is even if you're up against a hand like Bao's or you know, if someone had a hand like 8-7, you're in really rough shape there with your 5-7.
True.
Essentially just drawing to a chop. You're drawing, you have 2 outs to win the whole pot. So.
Yeah, you're in better shape against hands like overpairs, but
Yeah.
based on the action, I think you're up against hands that he was more often.
Right, dominated against.
Yeah.
But if you do it twice, then no matter what I have, always twice. Same. Even if I'm stuck OFC, it doesn't matter. You know, 'cause sometimes when I'm stuck, I gotta go. I gotta go only once.
Rules of the one-time, two-time thing, or whatever.
People live within my rules.
Yeah. Max Payne.
Max Payne.
You want somebody to lose. I need somebody to feel the hurt. you
Right.
know?
Yeah.
So I hate chopping.
Players are allowed to run it 3 times now, right?
What's that?
Players are allowed to run it 3 times now?
Only on
the stream?
higher stakes.
Well, okay, but on the stream. On this game, they're allowed
Yes.
to run it 3 times?
Yes.
Okay. Do they know that?
Yeah.
3 times 3-way, though, that's kind of a nightmare.
No, I think it has to be heads up, right, for 3 times, I would think.
No, so they allow
They
us-
allow 3-way?
Yeah,
or
so like
multi-way?
on 5, 10 and above, we allow it.
Okay.
Because there's bigger pots. But like for
Yeah.
1, 2, and 2, 5, we're just like, sucks for you guys. You can't run a multi-way.
Right, but they can do it twice, right?
They can run it twice. Heads up
Yeah,
only on
right.
1, 2, and 2, 5.
Yeah, 3 times is interesting.
There was some confusion between Eric and I and management. We cleared it up, so.
Okay, cool.
I can drop the table mics.
I just don't like wasting time. Sometimes people say, how many times do you want to twice?
Yeah, they sit there.
That is definitely the worst part about running it twice.
The guy would ask you, and then you tell the guy you decide, and he goes, no, you decide. Why did you ask? You know?
Probably my favorite thing about
They don't want it to be
running it once is like to see the disappointment in your opponent's face
Exactly.
when you just
Yeah.
you just say,
It's so funny when I'm out of the outer tables or when I play a stream, I just announce to the table like, hold on. When I told them, I said I just run it once, so don't even ask.
yeah.
Because then I don't want them to call light.
Well, that's
right?
the thing. There are real strategy implications. So a lot of players are playing under-roll. They might be afraid to make the big, semi-bluff with a flush draw, even though it might be correct to do so. And so if they're afraid to pull the trigger on you, that's always a good thing. If they know you're going to only run it once.
Right.
So brutal turn card here for Habib. Jamok turning trip 8, and Habib
With 2 pair.
Habib turning 2 pair.
Somebody asked 7-4. I was wondering if 7-4 was
But definitely the most tilting part about running it twice is that 2-minute stare down where, oh, I don't care. What do you want to do? Oh, no, I don't care. What do you want to do?
If someone's asking you, what do you want to do? They're always asking you because they want to run it twice.
Exactly, yeah.
So I like to make them say it, but
Nobody wants to appear weak, though. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's a little
They're like,
personal
okay,
drama.
twice. Yeah, I guess. Just twice this time. We'll do it this
Yeah.
time. Yeah, okay, I guess. If you really want to. Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
On PLO, I'll run it twice, though.
For me, it's just about the money. Like, if it's a very big game that I can barely afford to be playing, I'm more likely to run it twice. So right now, my threshold is if it's a $5,000 pot or bigger, I'll run it twice. Otherwise, I just run it once.
It's reasonable. On these stream games, most of the all-in pots will be 5,000 or bigger.
Yep. So recently, I've been more willing to run it twice.
Right.
Maybe if I win this tournament of champions this
We're
summer.
gonna be Danny one time.
Yeah.
Danny rip
Danny
it.
one time.
Rip
And
it
most
one
people
time.
know I'm going to be one time. So
Back to the hold'em side. On the dealer change. Oh, no, it's not the dealer change. I'm sorry. Just back to the hold'em now. Oh, it's been
We've been
hold'em.
playing hold'em.
Just kidding. I'm sorry, guys.
it's hot in here. You got
It's
to cut us a
super
break.
hot in here.
I can barely. I keep forgetting that we're watching poker, and then Hayden will remind me when he calls out hand.
Kim with 10s here.
She's gonna raise it up out of the blind. Yeah, I think given this field, everyone is probably going to call.
Pretty good guess. Kim's in a great spot here, 5-way, having more than half the equity.
That's pretty nice.
But
2 of the aces out
a lot
of.
of boards are going to be tough to play, so let's see how she proceeds.
Still in the lead with 10s. No one with a jack.
This is definitely a good flop for her. She does have some protection reasons to bet, as well as just betting for value, although it could be a little thin, so I don't mind going with the check call.
Going for a check call.
Yeah.
It's a tough spot now that Habib
Fan
and
is on.
Bao called.
Tiny.
Yeah.
Trust me, the fan's on high.
Lot of
7.
turn.
Brutal turn card.
Oh, 2 pair for Bao now. Taking over 75% of the equity in this hand.
So if Bao puts in a check raise here, I think Kim can get away from this.
He may not check raise it because he may want to keep Kim in the hand.
Surprised to see him go for a call on such a draw heavy board.
Yeah, so
I think the pot's also already quite large. I think he has a lot of incentive to just start piling money in.
yeah.
Although, he can definitely get it in a lot of rivers. This is one where it's a little more precarious.
This is, yeah.
Very dynamic board.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Nice hand for Bao.
I think Kim actually played that very well. You know, it's just a bummer to have things not go your way all night.
Yeah, she started off really well with that big hand early on against Habib, but since the beginning of the stream, hasn't really been able to catch cards on both the PLO side and the Hold'em side. Well, she did have those aces against OFC, and then lost a flop boat against Habib on the PLO side earlier, so that's where the majority of her losses are for tonight, but still plenty of poker left this evening. A little over an hour left.
One hand can change anything.
Yeah.
Especially in this lineup.
Wasn't that runner one? Forgot already?
So what do you think about just limping with a hand like Jack-9 suited EP?
I think there's some merit to developing a limping raise, like in a game of limping range from early position in a game like this, because there's a lot of like loose aggressive players behind. So you could put in some limp raises and some limp calls with hands like this, or hands that play well multi-way.
One of the big issues for me is it really complicates your strategy a lot, and it becomes a lot harder to play balance. That being said, there are arguments for it. One of the main reasons why I never had that limping strategy personally is because I grew up playing in raked games, and so you have incentive to try to win the pot pre-flop or to at least build the pot pre-flop. The beautiful thing about Texas poker is that we play time rake, so you're not getting taxed every time you limp to go see a flop.
Right.
So there is more incentive to do it. I just am not as comfortable doing that. I like to build big pots with my strong hands and just hold my weak hands.
Yeah, very reasonable.
And it's also, again, everything is situation dependent. It depends on the game. If you're in a game where people are not very aggressive, are less likely to squeeze, there could be more argument for it if you think there's some weaker players behind and you have implied odds to do it. So it really just depends on the lineup in the situation. The only time I introduce limps into my strategy is in tournaments late when I'm between like 15 and 25 big blind, or even 10 to 25 big blinds, and there's a lot of ICM considerations. I'll start introducing a limping strategy, but there are definitely arguments. I just personally don't do it.
And I think Habib just did a blind 600 under the gun. Shout out to Habib.
Yeah, Habib, let's get this game going. Do they know it's blind?
I don't know. I actually was looking at the chat.
And Yao in a rough spot here at deuces.
I don't think he's going to fold, though.
He's pretty deep, but not against Habib. But there's other. Oh,
He wants C3.
he wants to get in there. Yeah.
He wants to see a flop.
Yao's not the type of guy to fold a pair.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Wait, can we please wait here?
Oh, was it out of turn action?
OFC is going to get a one-round penalty
Yeah.
for folding out of turn. Nah,
And
obviously I'm just
Mustafa
joking.
waking up with ace jack in the third blind.
Let's see what he does here. He's definitely
Squeeze?
not folding.
No squeeze.
I don't see him squeezing here. He likes to kind of see flops and see where he's at. Very interesting flop here.
Great flop for Yao.
He still has to be a little concerned, but at least he's got the straight draw to go with it, so he can feel a little more comfortable.
He bet, what,
continuing.
was that 1100?
So I wonder if he's still playing blinds.
Hey, I mean, he's got, you know, if everyone else folds, he's going to pick up all the rest of the equity.
Yeah. But
be interesting 'cause it's-
Yao is definitely not folding this board.
No, I'm saying if everybody else.
Yeah,
folds.
I got you. Yeah.
And Habib's SPR is really, really low. I wonder if he's going to try to get in float with overcards. I don't know.
Yeah, that's you know, he's almost got the price to call.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like
Yeah.
getting a decent price.
But yeah, you can't really know that. I do not expect him to call.
I don't know.
I hope he asked his opponent to look into his eyes like he was doing last time I played with him before he took everyone's money.
Did he really do that?
It was so funny. He was on a roll, like one of those heaters you dream of. He must have won 20K. And every time he'd bet all in on the river or somebody else would bet all in against him, he'd be like, look into my eyes. Call.
That's awesome.
And he just scooped the pot.
He scooped them all.
What a legend.
Yeah. I started him on that train.
So then don't look into his eyes.
Yeah. If he asks you to look into his eyes, you're going to want to
away.
fold. You're going to want to fold or look away. That was actually an interesting situation. Habib, struggled early on and was down a buy-in, maybe a buy-in and a half even, and then just completely tore apart the table the rest of the night and won it all back and more.
Oh, that's a style.
Love to see it. So yeah,
Way to get
anything
the
can
done.
happen.
Today is deuce.
Bao against Yao.
Bao and Yao going at it. Love seeing these two battle.
Are these guys friends? I
They
did
are
play with
good
Yao
friends.
once.
They are good friends.
Very
yeah.
fun guy. Yao is
Yao's
very
awesome.
nice. Yeah.
Yao and Bao are both very, very cool guys.
Yeah.
I've never met them until they started coming to play the PLO game. So Kim was like, hey, there's a guy named Bao that plays over there at TJ, likes to play the 1-2, the 5-5 PLO. And apparently he has this friend named Yao. And Yao has quickly become a fan favorite in the chat.
Oh yeah. I had the pleasure of having him on my left, and so that was a lot of fun. But yeah, great guy, fun to talk to, fun to joke around with. These are the types of people you want in your poker game.
Right. Guys that give action, guys that are not willing, they're not afraid to get their money in.
Yeah, and they're not complainers when they lose.
For
and-
sure. Always have a good attitude.
Yeah,
Always
and-
having a good time.
And I think that's the best part about poker in Dallas in general is just everybody has such a great attitude out here. Obviously, there's some outliers, but you're going to have that anywhere. But just the ambiance and the energy at the table compared to all the other states I've played, it's just not comparable.
Yeah, I'd agree. Definitely the most pleasant city I've played poker in.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know if you knew this or not. We're getting there. Finally going to pick up a pot here.
Yeah, he defended his big blind.
Yeah. Rick having a very, very
Save the small ones for Rick
Yeah.
here.
have a tough night in terms of being card dead and
Yeah.
had
some
aces
nights-
at one hand and tried to get that hand through with bluff with 7-5 of hearts.
Yeah, if your timing is off some nights, and you're hitting some bad cards, it could just feel like it's impossible to
Yeah.
win. I think we've all been in Rick's spot right now. We can feel for him. But he is a very, very tough player, and he can definitely turn it around.
For
He's
sure.
got a very strong mindset as well.
So Dan, I met Kim and Hayden down in Houston at another room that they used to work at. So I joke with Hayden because I used to be really, 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 really bad. Really bad.
So what's changed?
Well, helping
You won a tournament?
studying and Kim and Hayden helping with my game. And I used to think it was cool because I was relatively new to poker. I'd only been playing less than a year. And Hayden and Kim would be like, "Hey, come play at our table." Now I know these guys. Now I know these guys invited me to take my money, and I'm like,
Hey, Eddie, good to see you
"Hey,
again.
Never trust Kim.
yeah,
He's like kind of like
seat open, seat open." I'm like, "All right, cool, I'll come play." Not falling for it again.
These
Seat open
guys,
right here on my left, but on my right, buddy.
these guys are maneuvering. A
A lot of these players with some playable hands.
lot of tens out there.
A lot of tens. Backdoor draws.
Some gut shots there though for
Looks like all
J-Mon
jacks are
Kim.
live.
Kim with some backdoor equity with backdoor club draws as well.
Yeah.
Bao with backdoor Broadway, backdoor spade draws.
Kim definitely with a hand she could start bluffing with at this point. Turning a flush draw.
What's the best hand? Fives? And fives probably can't think that they have the best hand here.
Yeah, if Kim bets here, I think Mustafa's going to have a tough time calling.
Yeah, I like this bet by Kim. I think she has got a lot of ways she can win this pot, including just making the best hand. I think she needs to start her aggression now, and she's got a lot of options on various rivers. I actually think this is a great river for her.
To barrel at.
So I think she should bet pretty large here.
Yeah, I agree. This
800, 500? Okay.
is a good river for her to bluff. She just bet 600, gets it down, takes
Ice
it down.
hand by Kim there. Can take down that pot.
Nice play.
Who's that?
Val called it right away.
Oh, Poker Monkey. Danny said, I remember having Danny Marx on my immediate left on the 2-5 table. I played tight and he didn't get much of my money, as I recall.
I must have been lucky that night then.
You were unlucky to not get much of his money.
Yeah, that must have been it. Yeah, I remember that, Poker Monkey. I believe that's when I met you for the first time in person. Maybe we played a meetup game before that, but that was a lot of fun. Always nice to see you around the card rooms. I enjoy seeing your chip pictures on Instagram when you're a big winner.
Looks like they're doing another $100 flip here.
That's good. Is there dealer change?
I think these guys just like to flip.
I mean, there's...
Yeah,
Okay,
I've
they're
seen-
saying this is the last flip.
Fourth flip, I think.
Oh, yeah, this is probably the last flip, yeah. Oh, they may do a flip to end the stream, though.
Stream over?
No. I mean, they started about 5:45.
Yeah, but the breakup, the commentary and everything.
I have to get them to turn the air on in here, guys. I'm going to die.
Good. If you die, there's more air for us.
You guys need water?
I'll actually take another one, yeah. Is that a dedicated computer? All right. These are hard to follow. Looks like Bao has the most equity going into the river.
Who's got clubs? Rick.
Check. Rick.
Rick's
All
got the
right.
flush.
Maybe that's
Gonna take
exactly
it
what
down.
Rick needed to turn everything around.
Look, well, 8 cards. We can put all our cards together.
I think it's also very important when you come up to games like this to participate in these fun zero equity gambles. It just helps mix things up, creates a different dynamic, can put some people on tilt. So it's always nice to have these little side games.
For sure, yeah, it kind of breaks up the seriousness of the game.
Exactly. Plus, you know, I play bad enough where I'd prefer, you know, I probably have a better chance of winning a flip than I do playing normal poker. So
Sometimes it's the best hand you play the whole night.
Exactly.
You know? You win that flip.
thank you.
This is how she gets out of control.
Oh, shit. I didn't see you.
That's binding.
But you can.
That's binding. This is dark race.
She's not live. She just not
Dark
live.
race.
He knew that. No, I didn't, swear to God.
Looks like we got some Macy below now.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna say the way this is going, next time I need to wear like a bathing suit and
Yeah, usually I always bring a
Shorts,
hoodie to a poker room, but
shorts and a tank top.
you got to be able to dress for all weather. I remember back when the WSOP was at the Rio, you really had to dress for all the seasons or be prepared for it anyway. Generally, I'd rather be too cold than too hot, though. I don't know how you feel about it.
I agree with that. Yeah, definitely rather be colder. Because you can always like put something warm on, you know.
Exactly. Heat can. It's sometimes hard to think through the heat. Actually, it was either day 2 or 3 of the WSOP main event last year. We were in a corner of Bally's that had no AC, and it must have been in the 90s.
Yeah,
It was hard to play well. It was hard to focus.
for sure.
All right, back to the PLO streets.
So J-Ma is going to bet out his... He's just got a gut shot of middle pair here on this turn. Oh, he's got a flush draw as well. The flop check through, so he's taking the lead here, showing some aggression. I like this play.
I think players are going to have
gonna
to
take-
actually respect his play, with the exception of Bao.
Bao,
This is open-ended, 7-8. But that's pretty much it.
Bao's going to make you earn it.
Yeah, J-Ma River in the nothing. Pair of nines?
Yeah.
So J-Ma is the best hand, but he might actually consider bluffing with this here.
Yeah, he can't be too confident.
That he's winning. Maybe he's thinking that if...
Nice little value bet, though.
No, he's not value betting. He's bluffing.
Yeah, he's bluffing.
Yeah, he's bluffing. He just has a 9, but he doesn't think it's any good.
Yeah.
He's trying to get Bao off a king or a random jack that he
Yeah.
preferred. Maybe like a weak 2 pair.
I think you got to be
He's
careful
blocking
in
queen
Bao's
10.
spot. Even if he makes his straight, a lot of times
bad-
his opponent's going to make a better hand.
Right. There's only 3 cards that give him the nuts on the river.
Exactly. That's Dory on the side there.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dory.
Another great poker player slash member of the community.
And Jim and Dory and her husband Jim are both great.
Yeah.
Good friends of ours.
And congratulations to them. They both just retired, so now they can
Yeah.
play full time, travel, do what they want.
Dory finished 6th at the final table at the
Oh,
port.
really?
And Jim was sitting on the rail giving
Everybody.
play-by-play reports.
Literally.
They're
So I
great.
told them they're going to start Coil News, their new venture. Because Jim is like the guy, like if you have a question about a structure sheet or tournament or anything, he's like, he knows
He's like
it
an
all.
Alan Kessler type character.
He's like the Kevin
without
Math of Texas.
Okay,
That's what I think.
That's even better, yeah.
He doesn't complain.
He doesn't complain.
yeah.
That's what I say. He's not like
He's-
Alan Kessler
he's
who
like-
complains.
Yeah, very useful information.
Fun
Very,
fact, Kessler won't even come to Texas because he's Kessler.
it's unregulated.
And he can't get free.
No big deal.
Free room and
Yeah,
board.
no,
free
we-
comps.
We don't need him, no offense. No, he's great, but
Right, let's see here. The best hand. Kim's still. Oh no, just kidding. Does she have the best hand?
No, Kim's got top pair.
She got overpaired to the board, but
yeah,
Oh,
we got
she's got
a
an overpair. She's got an overpair.
Bao
Yeah.
has a wrap.
Bao's got a wrap. So OFC gets a really great turn here.
now turns top 2.
And he's also blocking the nut flush draw.
Just so as to show you though how valuable wraps can be on the flop. You know, he had so much equity with nothing other than the wrap.
And Kim turning the queen high flush draw.
Yeah, very interesting turn card.
Yeah, every player.
It's going to make a lot of 2 pairs, a lot of flush draws, straight draws.
8 of spades doesn't change too much on this board. Oh,
It does
bring
complete the front door
of
Yeah,
spades.
flush.
Okay, it does.
And
So OFC has a very strong value hand here with aces and jacks. So I don't think he's going to want to turn this hand into a bluff, though.
yeah, this is one of those spots where you could try to check it down, but if somebody else bets, now you can, this is like one of those good spots to check raise.
Right.
Or now you can maybe, if you start to think your hand is no good anymore, now you can turn it into a bluff.
Yeah, like if Kim bet the river there, it would be a good spot to check raise.
Exactly.
Or
But
if
you have to be
Yao let
very
out.
deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, or if y'all let out. But that's
Or
one
Bao.
of those, yeah, sorry, Bao.
Yeah.
One of those in-between spots where you do have value, a good value hand, but if your opponents are putting in too much, you may want to start thinking about turning your hand into a bluff.
See, a seasoned Omaha player will call that river with holding the ace of spade. I can't pull that trigger.
You guys heard.
OFC saying a seasoned player would pot that river. But his hand has enough showdown value there that he knows against Bao and Kim he's unlikely to get anyone off a flush.
Yeah, I think it's a little
Especially
too
for
thin to bet
one
for
bet.
value. So I actually like the way he played it.
So Kim with a really nice middling rundown hand here, 8-7-6-5 double suited.
Now, you think if OFC was not in Texas, he could have actually made that move? What do you think that?
Yeah, but he didn't. He had the best hand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right?
I think it's one of those things where it's,
But
it's too
I
strong to
agree
bluff,
with
too weak.
Danny's analysis that you can check that hand because it has enough showdown value, and if someone bets, your hand's your two pair is unlikely to be good. So now you have the perfect hand to turn into a bluff.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's too strong,
Gotcha.
too strong to bluff, but too weak to bet.
I got you.
So Habib 3-betting here with his queens.
3 clubs in his hand.
He likes these kind of big pair connected
Yeah.
type hands.
Yeah, but having 3 clubs in your hand is not good.
That is true.
I even know that.
Yeah, it's nice to see Habib though. You know, he's definitely new to the game, kind of getting in there and playing aggressively.
Yeah.
Nice little flop for Kim here.
Yeah, she's flops bottom 2 with an open ender. She's got a backdoor flush draw. And Habib just potting it here.
Yeah, still a
Now-
tough spot. Oh no, she's got the open ender on the top end. That's actually
Now, Bao is well open-ended as well, and better backdoor hearts.
So I think we're probably going to see Kim check shove here with this hand. She knows, especially against
Yep.
Bao for a side pot, that her bottom 2 pair can be ahead. And she's also drawing to the nuts.
And she does check shove.
That's why these suited rundowns are so good. You're not only going to flop a ton of good, strong draws, but you'll also have decent made hands to go with it.
So
Like imagine you're up against 7, 8, 9, 4, you know, now you've already got a made hand in addition to a lot of the same draw.
And a good spot for Kim to get a lot of her chips back that she lost earlier on to OFC and to Habib earlier on the stream.
Yeah, anytime you have 50% of the equity in a 3-way all-in.
In
it's a
PLO.
good spot. Well, in any game.
In a game,
Yeah.
fair enough.
So
7, 8, chop, chop.
so no, Kim's
No,
going to
Kim-
scoop because she has a higher straight. So
Oh,
this
yeah,
is a
yeah.
spot where you were using 2 cards in your hand. Bao just has an 8 high straight because he has to use the 7 and the 4, and Kim has a 9 high straight using the 7 and the 6.
Yep, nice
So
hand.
nice
Kim.
hand there.
Nice little pop for Kim there.
Right
Yeah.
back in it.
Brutal.
No, he had it on the turn. He had it on the turn. He made the straight on the turn. No, she didn't. You had it. That's what I said.
OFC knows exactly what to say to like
Yeah.
get people until he's just he's very quick with it.
She had a 9 to the 9.
She's got the 7,
She doesn't have the 9, but she's got a 7, 8.
I think she won the hand is the bottom line here.
These are the rules I don't understand.
Raking in the chips.
Yeah, that's what matters.
Oh, she's like, and hold
She's got a
on,
grin
it
on
would
her
have been a
face
chop.
for how- Kim's like, I'll let you guys debate this while I build my
Yeah.
powers over here.
2,000 behind.
I think anybody that knows Holden knows Omaha.
As long as you're told the rules, yeah.
But it's the details I don't. To play with 10K stacks, I don't know Omaha.
Yeah, deep stack Omaha is very
Play with a
interesting.
1K stack, definitely I know how to play.
That's definitely easier to play when short stacked.
Yeah, most of my time playing live PLO, I definitely played a little shorter than I am comfortable with for Hold'em for that exact reason.
This stream started out on fire. It's kind of slowed down a little bit, but still getting a lot of action from the players on the table.
Seat 1 call.
Still having a lot of action, just not an all in every hand like before. Actually, I don't know. We kind of are. That was a 3-way all end right there. I would definitely like to hear the thoughts from the players on the round of each and how they thought it, impacted the game flow, and if they enjoy it or they prefer just one or the other. Definitely confusing me.
I personally like it while playing because I just think it just mixes things up. I like,
Rates in 2,000, 6, 3.
and Habib limp potting it here with his kings. Right back in there.
He's been very aggressive.
Yeah.
He's been valuing his big pairs.
And Jose's,
Very.
yeah, Jose's coming in with ISO here. His ace, very strong hand, but
Yeah. I think he's
interesting.
noticed that Habib's been 3-betting quite a bit.
Right.
So,
So
this
he
is a good
blocks
spot.
aces, he blocks kings.
That much of it, man.
Yeah, Habib's like, you got aces, right? Jose's like, no. I don't have a pair yet.
Yeah, even though Habib having pocket kings here, what is that in the background? Jose with some backdoor, better spade draw, has some Broadway draws.
Heads up.
Habib only runs at 1.
Great flop here for Habib. Jose turning a pair.
He's a 9, 8, king, 9.
No, 9 is no
Not a
good.
nine. Yeah.
Wait a second.
Need to pair one of his cards. Kings are gonna hold up.
Habib gonna hold up there.
Before he finds something.
Yeah, right. That's what I always say.
Yeah, yeah,
just,
yeah.
just get it. Just muck your hand. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
The
and
more
this,
cards people have, the more they accidentally find something.
and that actually brings up
Goofy.
another really good beginner tip. If you're new to PLO, don't be embarrassed. Just turn over your hand at Showdown, and that way the cards speak for themselves.
Yeah, then the players and the dealers are able to read it once
Exactly.
it's tabled.
So the dealer will read it for you, and that
Right.
I can't even tell you how many times I've seen players fold the best hand after misreading it, and you just don't want that to happen. So just turn over your hand on
Yeah,
your back.
that's great advice. If you're unsure of what you have,
And just be confident that you have the winning hand, even if you don't.
Yeah, turn it over like it's the nuts, no
yeah.
matter what.
I
That's how
got
do
this.
it.
Read them and weep,
Yeah.
or read them and get paid.
I remember many years ago, I think it was like a 2-5 game. We were playing heads up, and I folded a chop on the river at Showdown, and I realized as soon as I kind of threw my cards in, and I was kind of able to recover it, but the rule at this casino was the forward action killed my hand.
Oh, even if it
I was so mad at myself for that. Like,
was it one of those reservation casinos?
no, it was actually Harrah's in Las Vegas, but this was probably over 10 years ago at this point.
Yeah, because now the rule is like if it's identifiable and retrievable.
It just depends on tournament cash
Right.
and location. So
So it looks like Habibi's gonna add on a bit there to get to about 4K. Habib having a very swingy session. Was down, was up, now down again.
PLO will definitely do that.
Yep.
oh yeah,
Came crawling back, was down about 7K, down only about 2,500 down.
Really, the only player that hasn't had a swingy session is OFC. He's
Yeah.
just been
straight up.
upward,
He's doing-
2 hands to hold him. Just
That's what he does.
now he's just chilling.
Yeah, hasn't played too many hands on the PLO side. Most of his winnings have come from the Hold'em side.
Calling that lockdown mode.
All right, let's see here.
I always give OFC a hard time because he's always up big early. And I like to needle him into playing more hands by saying that he's locked down.
Habib here with 2 pair and also the nut flush draw with Broadway draw as well. So has a ton of outs going into
Very
the
strong
river.
hand.
That is a monster of a hand right there.
Yeah.
And this is a really great river card for Bow to bluff with the dry ace of diamonds. I think we're going to see him do it.
Yeah, pretty good pot size to do this on. I think he can get a lot of credit.
And he gave
gives up.
up.
I think he probably considered betting there, but he knows that Habib likes to call down a little wider PLO and Hold'em
I
as
still think
well.
you kind of have to in this spot.
Yeah.
You're actually double blocking. You block the solo nuts, you block
Okay.
the straight.
Yeah, even against Habib there, I'm going to
yeah.
go for it.
I think if the pot is smaller, you don't have to, but you're getting a lot of fold equity with the
Okay.
size of the pot.
Good to know. This is why I don't play PLO. Now,
Otherwise, you're
now I
just
know.
an
If,
example.
now I know if Hayden comes and says, "Hey Ed, come play PLO, come play round of each," I'll know not to.
I just know not to play with Hayden anyway. That's my general rule of thumb. This kid's never made an incorrect play against me ever.
I just make him against everybody else.
Yeah. I feed Hayden so he can donate to the
Donate
rest
to
of
everybody
us.
else, yeah.
Kim talking about playing open face Chinese poker. They were playing that a couple hours before the stream. $25 a point, right? God, that's
25 a point, yeah.
that's
No
a big
small
game.
game.
That's not a small game.
No small game, I'll tell you that. And Jose with the beautiful hand here. These are the kinds of hands I dream about in PLO, right?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
King high rundown.
Yeah, I'm not with a hand, not that bad of a hand himself.
Surprised not to Yao 3-bet here. He's usually a pretty aggressive 3-better.
So am I correct in remembering that King, Queen, Jack 9 is stronger than King, Queen, Jack 10? That is accurate, right? Because you're going to flop more lower end, lower board reps.
I cannot answer that question. I'm not sure. But I wouldn't be surprised if that was correct.
These are some of
But I know that they're both very strong hands.
the hand that Yao has is some of my favorite hands to get aggressive with pre-flop. The
Right.
Ace, King, Queen, 9 specifically.
Unfortunately, though, he's not suited to the ace or king.
That's true, yeah. So it has a lot less playability. So I actually like playing a
Him
little
just
slower.
playing passively,
Yeah.
Now, it does still have the lion's share. Well, I don't say the lion's share. It has the most equity. Habib has some straight draws.
Yeah, it's just like all your 2 pairs are gonna make the best 2 pairs, and you're gonna make a lot of nut straights.
Yeah, Tynell was a big game. Like Yao, Kim, and Bao were playing 25 point, and then Hayden was playing OFC in OFC.
Yes,
He was playing OFC in OFC for 25 a point.
I beat him. Accomplishment of my life, beating OFC and OFC.
All right, this is a really good turn card.
Nice little river card. They're rivering 2 pair.
We got
Not too much gets on the river. There's some straight possibilities out there, like the 4 deuce, 4-6, or 4-7,
I'm definitely not as
2-4, 4-7.
confident in when to make thin value bets in PLO. Like in Yao's spot, I'm not sure how often you should be betting here on the river and what sizing.
I feel like that was a good spot to do it because I think that if Habib had a straight on the turn, we probably would have heard from him.
I agree. I would have
And
liked to
then-
see a small bet there.
And then I think if he had a set as well, we might have heard from him on the flop, or
You know what? That actually might be. You might just want to pot it actually. Then represent all the misdraws.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I would have liked to see a bet there, but it's close.
I think you might want to go for a smaller size because you're targeting like weaker 2 pairs.
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I'm unsure. Yeah, you can definitely go thinner
You're
when
targeting
you're
hands
hyped up.
like ace-6, ace-5.
Yeah, there are a lot of other ace-x 2-pair hands. That's
Yeah.
a good point. And you want to give them a good incentive to call. So when you're betting small in PLO on the river, is it half pot in that spot, or what's your small sizing and position?
I think like half potish, especially on
pot.
the river.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I mean, if you're going really thin, maybe you could go like 1/3 pot or something. That's definitely more of like an exploitative bet. I know betting less than half pot in position on the river is like,
theoretically not very good.
yeah, but I think there's definitely times to do it.
Do you like in PLO?
Especially when it's for such a large dollar amount. Like, if 1/4 pot is like $500 and you know you can get paid 500, why are you worried about betting half pot or having to follow some rule?
No, for sure, and
Yeah.
that's why everything, studying poker is so complex because you got to be able to understand those situations, and I make a lot of those adjustments as well because people are going to be thinking about the dollar amount in games like this.
So Rick with a really interesting spot. I always find it with these double paired hands, the queen, queen, 7-7 on these like low paired boards. He's got an overpair to the 10, and he does have 4 outs to a pretty high boat.
These are some of my favorite boards in PLO to start bluffing on.
Yeah.
And
Habib did
yeah.
take down 10.
These boards make really good check raises. It's just so hard for your opponent to have
trips.
anything.
Yeah.
Like even some of their what if they have 3-4? They're not going to love. Or I guess they'll have other cards too, but
Right.
a lot of their 3s are not very comfortable on a lot of runouts either. A lot of paired boards are some of the more commonly theoretical check raise boards, and that goes for both Hold'em and PLO.
Blind bet.
Although, again, when you're talking multi-way now, you got to balance that consideration as well.
Now, we talk about playing balance and hold'em. Is there a balanced approach to playing PLO?
I'm sure there is, but I don't know it too well.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same. It's the same
Fair enough.
concept.
Yeah.
All quote-unquote GTO is an equity calculator at its core. It's just endlessly more complex because there's so many more combinations and situations. But that's why I never recommend just especially for newer players just trying to memorize solver outputs. I think the best way to go about studying that type of stuff is to kind of bucket strategies and understand why the solver does certain things in certain situations, and then you can extrapolate from there and be able to apply it to any situation in game.
Yeah, that's great advice. Understanding the reason for why is so much more important than memorizing any strategy.
Exactly.
So interesting flop here.
Especially for Mustafa.
Yeah, Kim flopped the low end of the straight.
And she can't love that.
Yeah, Yao is blocking the nut straight with 2 9s in his hand. So this is a good hand to bluff with because he's blocking 9-7 and he has backup equity in the form of clubs.
Okay. Even though low clubs.
Yeah. And he's blocking 6-9. I'm sorry. And Mustafa,
he's blocking 6-9 as well.
6-9 as well. And this board pair is going to be very interesting. No one fills up.
Which Kim's got to be worried about.
Surprising.
Kim's got to be very careful in this spot. It's both a paired board and she's got the underside of the straight. I think at this point she definitely cannot give it up, but she wants to keep the pot small and get to showdown.
And tough river card too with 9-10 now getting there. And she is going to win with her straight. She's going to be thrilled to get the showdown and win with this hand.
Wow.
This run out.
On a pair board and the bottom end of the straight. Nice little pickup.
That's a situation where I might even just fold with the turn because it's just like hard to imagine your hand is very good.
Yeah, multi-way. Like no rivers are good for you.
Yeah.
But she does make the good call and gets the showdown. It was a very small bet compared to the size of the pot.
Yeah, right.
Getting like 6-1.
Sure.
5-1. 6-1.
Yeah. Well played, nice hand.
Yeah, and that's an important, like, understanding pot odds. It's not just about, am I good here or not? I don't think I'm good. The question you should be asking is, how often am I good? And in that spot, if you're good, 15% of the time, which doesn't have to be very often, then you can go ahead and make the call.
Yeah.
Right.
Or I guess it'd be, what, 17%?
Well, the turn is interesting, too, because you also have to consider, like, even if you are good, like, how much equity there is against your hand in the field, right?
One of the other issues there...
Especially multi-way.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the other issues there is that all the river cards, like...
There's no good river card for Kim right there.
You're going to have to fold most rivers, but she also has position, which is a benefit.
Right.
Right.
So you can make arguments both ways for sure.
I mean, props for hanging on there.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I might not have won that pot because I'm a chicken.
Yeah, well, we all know that Kim is a lot braver. And we all saw
Shout out
Kim's
to
bluff
Texas
here.
Kim.
Yeah. I'm ready for
Put Jay in the blender.
Classic Texas Kim bluff.
That was one of the sickest hands I've witnessed on any live stream.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say we're all pretty big fans of Kim. Except for Hayden. He doesn't like her very much. I don't know why.
She's all right,
Yeah.
I remember when we were talking about analyzing that hand, I'm like, Hayden, what bluff combos does she have there? She's like, you're like, apparently ace-8 of diamonds. I was like I'm trying to go through the hand. I'm like, what bluff combos does she have here?
So I think there's a misconception where a lot of people, when they're trying to understand bluffs in a spot, they look at the natural bluffs.
Right.
And that is going to be correct most of the time. But one thing we've learned is that it actually is important, and I don't know how to find these personally, but it is important in certain spots, and that could have been one of them, where to have zero equity bluffs. And you know, that's one of the parts of the strategy that I'm not very studied on. But I definitely know that sometimes that you need to find more bluffs than you realize in a certain spot. Plus, Kim may have just looked at him and said, you know what?
You're not calling.
Yeah, like this kid, you know, and that's the thing. Live poker is so different. You know, she knew he was playing bigger than what he's used to. So a combination of live reads and
So
Kim,
many different dynamics.
yeah, Kim is so strong in that regard. She's really, really good live player. And so in these big games, I think that skill is a lot more important than quote unquote, you know, playing perfect combinations,
For sure.
which nobody's going to do anyway.
Right. It's better to focus your effort and attention on things that are more useful than you know, trying to have the perfect combos in every situation.
Exactly.
Which you're almost never going to be able to narrow down
Right.
anyway. So what's the point?
I don't remember, and Danny, when we hung out that one day, we were talking about solvers and whatnot. I think you, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you specifically told me you don't like put in your own hands. You look at other people's hands to see what the solvers kind of do versus, you know.
Well, yeah, I've gone through various phases. So when I was first learning solvers, you know, I got.
Do you use PIO or do you use GTO Wizard or what do you use?
So I used to use PIO.
Okay.
If I was going to get back into doing my own solver work, I would probably do GTO
Yeah,
Wizard.
I've heard nothing but good things about GTO Wizard.
It's just a little bit easier of an interface. But when I got into it, you know, it was not as popular. It was just coming out. I didn't really know how to effectively study with it. So I would watch training videos, and other people would run through hands in the solver and explain, you know, why certain things are the way they are. And then, again, from there, you can extrapolate and keep studying. So for me, that was a more effective form of studying. But I think it's also important to be able to plug in your own hands and understand how to read situations and study your own lines as well.
Look at this hand.
Yeah, we might just see Rick and OFC get it in pre-flop. Likely end up in a chop. Given Rick's stack size, only 3K behind.
Yeah. Although with how good OFC runs, I
Oh, wow. Look at
And
this.
he's definitely going to get it in here now that Bow's cold calling.
yeah, much more incentive to squeeze.
He's just laughing. He's just like, what's happening?
And this is one of the problems with cold calling. 3 bets when there's still action behind.
Right,
The
you're not
original
closing the
raiser,
action. Yeah.
who still has an uncapped range, can easily put in the 4-bet. And your range is very capped because you know, you can't really have aces in that spot.
Yeah, I will see having the table covered here.
So I had a question about the solver stuff. What are the advantages of using like PIO instead of like GTO Wizard, or is there one?
I think it's mostly interface. I know that GTO Wizard has some like fun features like bucketing and stuff like that, and that's kind of how I structure my strategy anyway.
But can you node lock with
So I've never worked with GTO Wizard. I've just seen videos of other people. But from what I've heard, you can do a lot of.
you can do stuff like that? Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure about node locking, but I know there's like pre-solve stuff, and then there's trainers as well.
Because I know that's an advantage of PIO solvers, that you could put in like a strategy that you think is similar to how your opponent would play, and it can, you know, drastically change like what the output is, and give you some ideas of, you know, ways to play.
And that's why the focus of my studying isn't necessarily become the best GTO player I can. It's more to kind of theorize how poker should be played in a vacuum, and then adjust based on how I think the population.
Yeah, the general
tendencies are
population.
changing.
Yeah.
And you know, having been a live player for so long, I feel like I have a very good sense for an intuition for how my opponents are playing, and therefore I can adjust accordingly based on the situation, or at least that's my goal. Obviously, poker is very difficult. I make mistakes almost every hand, probably.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing, is like the more you learn, the more you realize how many mistakes you make.
Yeah.
Which is just funny. It's just crazy. So OFC decided to just call the 4-bet here, and he's in a tough spot here. He's gonna call with 2 over his backdoor flush draw.
Ooh, very interesting.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
interesting turn card.
I think Rick was probably planning on jamming a lot of turns.
SPR is low though for Rick,
But
about
this is a bad turn
2/3.
card for Rick.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this plays out. Ooh,
Interesting
another
river
bad
card.
card for both of them.
Just gonna go. Probably just gonna
I wouldn't be surprised if this goes check.
check. Yeah.
So it's funny, OFC asked Rick on the flop if he had queens. I wonder if Rick will decide to try and rep queens here.
Oh, wow, I didn't hear that. That's very
Yeah.
interesting.
I totally didn't hear that either.
Although if OFC said that to me, I might think he's got queen.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Show the pocket.
Yeah, let's show the pocket.
No, that was very interesting, and
I think it was a well-played hand by both players.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of turn cards where OFC in position can try to take it away, but I do not believe that's one of them. He also picks up a lot of equity.
Yeah.
with the spade draw on the turn.
Yeah.
I also think there were a lot of cards where Rick would have shoved and put OFC in a tough spot, especially on any diamond turn. I think Rick was definitely planning on shoving. So.
Absolutely. Again, those board pairs really hurt your barrel opportunities.
Yeah, especially in the top card pairs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, remember that Rick was the pre-flop squeezer. He's not going to have very many Jack X in his hand. He'll play a lot of overpairs that way,
Yeah.
so OFC can't just bluff relentlessly because he'll have a lot of check calls.
One diamond once made. We were tied 6 love.
What are you doing?
Somebody asked me that it's bad I'll have 7 dudes.
I said you're not invited.
So OFC giving a lot of respect to Rick there, not 4-betting pre-flop.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that. Ace King 2 is a hand that you can definitely 4-bet
Yeah. I think
a
Rick,
lot, but against a Rick who hasn't played too many
Yeah.
hands, especially him 3-betting out of position.
I still think in that spot specifically, because there was a cold caller,
Yeah,
I still would have liked to see it.
yeah, I agree.
But yeah, heads up, I actually prefer a call in that spot because it plays very well in position.
Yep.
And you keep in hands you're dominating,
Exactly.
right?
You want to keep in their ace, queen, ace, jack. Hands that they're going to squeeze with, where now you can cooler them on certain flops.
Sure.
And if you put in another raise, now they're just going to get away from all those hands.
And it's always nice to have a hand after the flop that your opponent may be trying to represent, right?
Yeah. And again, that's all part of this balanced, this idea of balance that, people were figuring out on their own before solvers. And, the best play isn't always, or the most profitable play, I should say, isn't always to be aggressive.
I think they turn on the AC back here because it's not
Yeah,
as
it feels
hot.
a lot better back here.
It's like, please turn the AC on.
Are you going to be here?
I'm trying if this is going Eric please tell me again. So as long as they've been training someone to do action trackers, so as long as they're ready.
We will be ready to go next week.
What
So-
are you guys talking about?
Well, Eric's going back to Minnesota for Valentine's Day, and his son's in a play in town, and so we were talking about running a stream. I'll be here to either run action tracker and or run production. So we're gonna have a training session tomorrow with the one. I'm sorry, not tomorrow, Saturday, and then we'll do the one. I'll do our because on Mondays we run a 1-2 game, and it's not necessarily just to like get players in, but it's more of like a training opportunity for dealers and for people run action tracker. So we're gonna have a couple of training sessions Saturday and Monday for this person, and then
What's been the feedback in the room from both employees and patrons as far as the stream? Do the dealers want to deal on it? Are they loving it? Are the players enjoying watching it?
So, I would tell you 6 months ago, people, I'll be honest, 6 months ago, the stream sucked. Totally honest. It wasn't very good. Kept on having all these tech issues.
I mean, you guys are brand new, so
yeah, but still, I
cut a
just,
little slack to yourself.
but like, after a month, we'd be like, oh, we're still learning. 2 months, we're still learning. And you can only use that excuse for so long, right? At some point, you either have to, step up the game or not. And just all of a sudden, it started clicking about 3 or 4 months with some software updates and just additional training and me really understanding the production side of things. And then Eric just getting better dealers. It just kind of all came together and clicked. And, I was in Austin like right over the holiday. And so what was supposed to be a 2-5 game on Friday, in a matter of like 3 hours on Wednesday, turned into 5-5-10, and then the next week turned into 5-10-25, and now this 1-3-6 PLO game, this big. So just the quality of the stream has gotten significantly better. You know, we've got some really good fire lineups thanks to Kim, thanks to Hayden, thanks to myself, and some other players as well. So I think it just all clicked about, you know, right around the holiday season. So
yeah, there's a very you know, large and friendly high-stakes community here, and so it's great to have a big player pool to choose from and have some really great lineups.
and I think we tried the run before we crawl in the stream. We tried to go from like 1-2 to like 5-5-10 really quickly, and we just weren't ready. And then we kind of dialed it back a little bit. Just kept on doing 1-2 some of these smaller tournaments, and we were doing really well. And you know, we decided to try to put like a 2-5 game together at just stack, and just went really well for a couple of weeks. And Kim was like, "Why don't we step it up?" I was like, "You know, if everybody wants to play 5-5-10, we can make it 5-5-10."
Sounds like
Boom.
something Kim would say.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it's like, "Hey, why don't we make it 5-10-25?" Okay, what about a 1-3-6 PLO game? Okay, so you know, we've been getting a lot of feedback, especially from the players. A lot of the players have been saying how, you know, just the facility itself is just beautiful inside. The staff, you know, has treated the players very well. We try to accommodate all the players in any capacity. So, you know, we have some neat things planned in the future. Hopefully, we saw some pretty neat things in terms of setup down in Daytona that really intrigued us in terms of quality of cameras, like camera crew kind of stuff. So it's kind of the next step in terms of upgrading the screen. It costs about $20K or so, give or take, but
yeah, I'm sure you learn a lot, but again, yeah, the expenses is probably the biggest limiting factor with this kind of setup and production.
No, it's really come a long way, though.
Absolutely, it's nice to be able
to
to listen to
be
Kim,
a part of it.
hear her table talk.
interesting hand here. Yao flopping top pair.
Hey, Yao was a pre-flop aggressor.
This is Hayden's favorite hand, Ace 9 offsuit.
Yes. Busted my first WSOP event this summer. Got
13?
berated on Facebook
There's
for
like
shoving.
There's like 100 comments on that.
Yeah, I know. I shoved 13 big, 6-handed under the gun with ace 9 off.
Wow, a lot of fake professionals in chat, huh?
And then Hayden comes back and trolls them. It was the greatest.
Yeah.
And that was just a running theme for the whole summer.
And I
Did
actually got
Mustafa
it in
rip
good. I got called by King Queen suited.
Nice.
But
He
did
turned
not
it,
win.
right?
He turned it, yeah. This heartbreaking turn.
And Mustafa getting it all in on the flop with 5, thinking his hand is best here. Oh, turns some outs.
Straight
8
draw.
or 3.
Great turn for Mustafa.
Does not get there on the river.
Nice hand for Yao. Yao running really well tonight. He's been crushing it.
Yeah, Yao with over 15,000 in a stack now.
And let's look at these winnings in between hands. Here we are. OFC, the biggest winner. Both OFC and Yao over 11K apiece. J-Ma, like I said, I think he's actually up about 4K. I think he was in for 3 and is up about 4K. So I think that's slightly incorrect. Jose down a little bit. Kim was down 7K at one point, now just down 1,800 again with about half an hour left in the stream. So hopefully she can get a couple good hands here to get her back on the plus side.
Yeah, Kim with a very strong mindset, just kept playing well and grinding her way back.
Now, I'll tell you, that's one of the things I've worked on besides the actual technical side of things and the theory side of playing poker is my mental game, not getting as tilted, not getting as upset. You know, I would text Kim and Hay and say, you know what, I lost. You know, I was down 2K at one point, but now I'm only down 300. Before I would have just continued the punt. I would have been like, F this, I'm out, and just like leave 2K. But you know, like I'll throw the headphones on, throw the hoodie up, and just grind. And I'm like, okay, I'm down 200. And I'm gonna, take that as even at this point. So just being mentally astute and being mentally strong is a part of my game that I think where I've improved a lot. And I think that's a part of the game. I think you guys would agree that a lot of recreational players or beginning players fail to develop as part of their game.
I think it's worse than that. I think it's one of the main reasons why otherwise good professionals don't make it in the long run. I think it's the most important tool to have if you want to do this for a living in the long term and really make it. You really have to understand your own mindset. So that's been one of the fun learning things about poker. It's a very it's a corollary to life, and you know you're improving yourself both on and off the felt, and understanding what makes us tick and how to just be a happier, healthier person in general. So that's been a very interesting topic for me as well in my growth. I don't know what, your thoughts about it, Hayden. Definitely. I know you've been around a while too.
Yeah.
You know, the way I see it, you and Kim both have very strong mindsets. So I don't know if you have anything to add.
I think one leak that a lot of people have is, and I catch myself doing it sometimes, especially in you know, some bad runs, is that it's easy to put too much weight on one session.
Absolutely.
So like whether it was a winning session or a losing session, really poker is just if you play regularly or you know, semi-professionally, or if you put a lot of hours in, it's really one long session, and one sample size of, you know, 6 to 8 hour session is just such a small sample out of all the hours that you play that it's really insignificant. So I think people emotionally, they just like care too much whether or not they're leaving a winner, but really all that matters is your bottom line, you know, at the end of the year once you put the bulk of your hours in.
So continuing that point, Eddie, based on what you said, you know, I was up 2,000. Now I'm only up 3.
I was down 2,000, and now I'm only down two or three.
The next step in that progression would be to be able to not even think like that,
right?
And just to play every hand as profitable as you can, and just try to make the best decision possible. Every action is an opportunity to make the best decision possible.
Right, I agree.
think that's a Tommy Angelo quote.
I agree.
One of the original mindset coaches. There's a lot of great mindset stuff out there. Jared Tendler wrote some books. I think it's called The Poker Mindset by Jared Tendler. And Tommy Angelo is another great one. But I definitely recommend people work on that just to become a happier person.
Right.
Otherwise, you know, poker is supposed to be fun and happy.
You know, like I had a couple bad sessions down at Daytona Beach, pretty bad sessions, a couple bad runouts, and there's, you know, a handful of hands that I didn't play as best as I could. And I said, you know what, I'm going to go in, I'm going to grind a 1-2 tomorrow just to get a winning session under my belt, build my confidence back up. And I had a really, like, 2 good sessions. I said, okay, let's go play 2-5 and come back here. I took a couple days off between Daytona Beach and the final table and traveling to Atlanta, and today came in, I said, okay, you had some rest, got to take a couple days off, get your mind right, let's go grind it. So I grinded, I think I only played for like an hour and a half, and I was up like $300 on 1-2, which is, you know, it's not, for considering I only played an hour and a half between setting up the stream and taking my nap. So definitely a part of my game that I'm definitely.
I think more people should be doing that. I think being able to move down in stakes and still play your A game and prove that you can is very important.
For sure.
You know, I'll still sometimes play a 1-2 while I'm waiting for a bigger game, even. And, you know, I'm not just going to go in there and punt off. I'm going to play good poker. And a lot of people that play bigger, they can't do that. And, you know, this is another good example.
Also, some of the best advice I've heard for mindset is just focus on the things that you can control at the table. And I think that's great advice for poker and life. Like, the things you can control are making good decisions and playing your hands well. The things that are out of your control are variance, some coolers, some bad beats. And, you know, if you just don't worry about those things and you worry about only, if you're happy every time you make a good decision and you're just not affected by running bad or things that are out of your control, you're just going to be a much happier person and poker player in general.
Absolutely. And these days, honestly, I get a lot more upset. Like, a lot of players will get upset if they get a bad beat. For me, I get a lot more upset when I make a play that I know I'm not happy.
So,
but mistake tilt is a thing, you know, and that's a tough tilt. Like, I have a tough time with mistake tilt for sure.
Hayden had brought that up a couple times before in the past. You know, he said, you know, I can deal with the bad runouts and the bad beats, but if I play hand poorly, like so like in the past like 2 or 3 months, I like the bad beats. I'm just like, you know, nice hand, like, because you want some of those players to play those hands the way they play against you, because you, in the long term, it's plus EV for you as a player. But then Like, I'm like, shit, I shouldn't have played that hand. Like, why would I bet there? Like, that's a terrible. Like, this guy's never gonna fold an ace, you know, or whatever you're trying to bluff or whatever it is. You're like, why would you do that here against the spot? So those types of hands and that type of plays, it's like when you play a hand, you know, incorrectly or you know, whatnot. Not even being results oriented, but you know, just play a hand poorly.
That was pretty short here, so
Yeah, I think
you know, there are ways where the money could just get in here, but
I wouldn't be surprised if Habib was just like, let's get it all in.
it'd be check calling.
yeah, there's only a half pot size bet left.
From
It's
Bao with
definitely
only
possible.
480 behind.
Looks a little. Oh yeah, looks approximately correct.
We'll probably see Habib call here for this price. He's beating some hands like ace queen, ace jack,
Yeah.
queen jack.
520.
Yao having a tough night here.
Yeah, he does call. I kind of expected that. I guess you beat some bluffs, but I'm probably just giving that one up there. Especially, you don't want to have a queen in your hand. Like the main bluff you're beating is queen jack, but
Right.
I'm just getting rid of it there. But nice hand for Bao.
Nice hand Bao.
Picks up a little bit of chips there. Again, about 15, probably 20 minutes or so left in the stream, give or take. Again, thank you to both Hayden Fortini and Danny Marx in the booth. Some good, I've actually got a number of texts and some messages from, you know, friends that I know listen to the chat, like, you know, Lego and these guys saying really good strategy that you guys kind of been giving on the stream. They're going to go back and listen to it. So,
Well, thank you for having me. You know, this is definitely, again, I give you guys a lot of credit for this. It's a lot more difficult than it looks. And, you know, it's fun to think over your strategy.
yeah.
But it's actually a lot harder to talk through it, and it's probably helpful to learning as well. So
For sure, it's
you
like
know,
a
I've gotten a
forced-
lot out of this.
It's like a forced study session. a lot.
Yeah.
So like a lot of these spots that I may kind of inherently inherently feel like I know subconsciously, you know, I actually have to start thinking them out loud. It's a lot harder to do.
So I know you guys, when you guys play on your respective streams, whether it's here or Texas Card House, I know you guys go watch that. So I was telling Danny when I think you were not in the booth at the time, or maybe you had stepped out, that, you know, since I'm on this side a lot, you know, 3, 4, 5 days a week, it's definitely helpful to improve my game, because you see some general tendencies, you know, between 1, 2, and even 5, 10, 25, that some players, you know, on the recreational side or whatnot, that take certain lines, certain bet sizes, whether in position, out of position. You know, there's some general population tendencies that you see, and then you can see like the more experienced players, like y'all two. I'm like, okay, you guys, I can tell by the way you play, like kind of like next level, like think ahead progressively relative to some of these players that play sometimes, especially, you know, lower stakes. So, you know, it's definitely helped my game improve significantly over the past like 3 or 4 months. So
Yeah, it's definitely fun to try to get into the players' heads and figure out what they're thinking, why they're making the plays that they're making. And also see if you would have played the hand differently and ask yourself, you know, why they're playing it that way, or it's just a great way to learn.
That actually brings up another tip that I want to give. Even for like probably the first 5, 6, 7, 8 years of me playing poker, you know, I was a winning player. I took it very seriously. I studied a lot, but I was also, you know, very young and very cocky. And so a lot of my opponents, if they made a play where I didn't think it was good, and I can only imagine how bad I was at the time.
Touche.
I just assumed they were terrible at the time, and I just instantly wrote them off as a donkey. But now I understand how complex the game is, and you really want to think, okay, what's a good reason for that play? What's an argument for that play? Maybe I'm thinking about the spot wrong, so you don't want to just write off plays that you don't understand as bad. You know, it gives you something to study, to look into, and to figure out how to exploit if it is bad.
And there's always something to
Respect
be
your
learned.
opponents.
There's always something to be learned from all plays, even
Right.
if you don't agree with them.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
I used to fall in that same trap too, being
Yeah.
young, cocky, and I would see certain players crushing or winning all the time and be like, how is that?
Yeah.
How is this guy winning? He's so bad. But he's actually, I figured out that like some of these guys are playing certain opponents better than I am, and that's why they're winning in certain spots. So it's
Exactly.
always,
So having an open mind, I think, is very important too. And I think a lot of new professionals fall into that trap. Younger professionals. The older I get, the more I realize I'm terrible at poker, and
Yeah.
so I don't have that problem anymore.
It's funny, like the older you are, the more you realize you don't know
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
Right, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
The more you realize all the things you don't know.
Yeah. And I can only imagine how little I knew back then.
And you think you know everything.
Yeah.
It's funny how it works. So,
Habib turning the straight here, but
Yeah, Habib,
Bao
great
with
turn.
backdoor dive towards the
Bao
backdoor
turning
diamond.
diamonds here.
Yeah, but he does have 3 9s as well, so that's not a very good. He's triple blocking straights, I guess.
It's funny, my friend started
Ace of diamonds, Bao getting there on the river.
Yeah. Yeah. It was great.
Bao's gonna go all in, gonna get a nice, assuming Habib calls here. Yeah, it's getting too good of a price to call there.
What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
This is my favorite.
Poor
hobby.
Habib. He's been running really bad tonight.
Yeah.
Really, really bad.
Again, but had a really swingy session. Was down a bunch in the first 30, 45 minutes. Got a lot of it back and was probably in the green, a few 2,000 or 3,000. Now swung back to about 5K in the hole. I'll bring up some stats again. Let's take a look at these stack sizes right now.
Definitely nice to see his aggression. He's really been getting after it tonight. He could have had another big win if he had a couple different cards come out.
For sure.
Now this game it's still playing pretty big, but there's not as much chips on the table as I thought there would be. OFC and Yao both over 15K. No one else with over 5 figures. Kim third with about 8,200. JMO about 7K. Bao, Rick, Mustafa, and Habib just under about 4,500 respectively.
Is this a matchless stack game?
It is a match stack.
yeah.
Okay, I'm a little surprised to see some of these players not topping up.
Yeah.
But I guess it makes sense with PLO that
Right.
you can just
You can get it
cooler
back.
for such a big pot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if this was Hold'em only, we'd see people like Texas Kim, Rick, and maybe even Jose top up a little bit.
For sure, I agree. Yeah,
Well, we'll see.
PLO, I'm not as comfortable, definitely not as comfortable
Yeah.
matching the stack.
Especially with so much variance going on there.
Yeah. There's also certain stack sizes that I feel like some players play poorly against, so I like to sometimes have that stack size.
And when people are playing too many hands, one of the
Yeah.
easiest
It's easier to
exploit-
punish them.
You can just, if you can squeeze your whole stack in there with a better hand, you're just
Right.
printing money in that spot.
Exactly. And Rick with a nice hand here. Fortunately, he only has one suit. Ace Queen Jack 10.
And the spades that he and the suits that he have aren't the greatest suits. Jack
No.
10 spades. You'd probably want to have like a hand like King 10 of spades or something like that, right? Like second nut flush.
Yeah. I mean, ideally you want a face high, but
Right.
And Habib limp pots it here.
Oh,
and he
interesting.
puts Rick in a really tough spot with this hand, multi-way. But I think we are going to see him call. Oh, and he does just ISO.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I like this because he knows Habib is doing this really wide.
Yeah, I think against this specific formation, it's not too bad. Habib's been 3-betting a lot tonight in PLO,
Yeah.
and he's in late position.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't mind just getting it in now. You know
Yeah.
Habib's going to gamble. He's going to call with any 4.
And I mean,
He just lost a big
and
pot.
he's getting Mustafa out with better spades, and he
Yeah.
actually has Habib's spades dominated, so it is going to work out pretty nicely for him.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm curious to see what the equities are going to be after Mustafa folds.
I
Probably
feel like he might be
60-40.
60-40-ish.
That's what I would
We'll
guess
see.
too.
62, yeah.
Yeah.
Great spot for Rick.
Yeah, I knew he'd call.
He said,
I
he
called your
said,
shitty hand all in.
good spot for Rick to get back.
Ooh,
Interesting
flop.
flop.
Yeah,
now
very-
Habib with 54% equity.
Yeah.
Good
Oh,
turn
that
for
was a
Rick.
good
Really rough turn for Habib. And Rick is going to hold here.
Yeah, that's like Rick's first big hand.
Yeah,
Holds up.
and that's why I like the play from Rick, because he gets to realize his equity with that hand, where if he had just called, he's never getting past the flop
I agree.
in that spot.
Yeah. Yeah, equity realization is one of those other concepts
Right.
in poker that's incredibly important. And position allows you to realize equity. And so does getting it all in pre-flop.
Seat open, Danny.
Oh, I mean,
For like 30 minutes, 20
not
minutes.
even. I wish they would have told me. Should I go in there and
Just pot it.
spank all these guys for the last 10 minutes?
Last hand.
What do you guys think?
Get him in the
chat?
flip. Get him in the flip.
Yeah, that's all. I'll just wait for the flip. No, if there was a little earlier, I'd be in there, but
Nice hand by Rick. Well played. Definitely
I think we
learned
can
a
get you
lot.
in next week, Danny. I know a guy that runs the lineups.
Definitely learn a lot watching some of these guys play PLO in some of these different spots, how they approach it.
yeah.
You almost lost it there.
He flopped favor. That's what I was
Straight
saying.
gut shot with the pair.
Yeah, I had gut shot.
And it looks like Habib is done for the night. Had a tough night.
Shout out to Habib. Thank you so much for the food from your
Yeah.
restaurant,
Good game,
Zelda.
Habib. Oh,
Definitely going to put,
Ed'll drop another link
Yeah,
in the chat to his restaurant.
definitely would drop another link
Yeah.
in the chat right now.
you guys need to
food
go in
is-
there and buy some dinner to get him his next buy-in
Right.
next week, guys.
The food is fantastic. I'll
Yeah.
definitely be back to his restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. Excellent food.
Oops. Just drop the link in there. Get back to Streamlabs.
What a flop here. Thou with spades.
Mustafa.
Mustafa flopping the nuts.
And also,
Yeah,
anybody have
that's
spades?
luck.
What a turn here. Kim and Jose both turning trip aces. And Kim blocking the straight. Probably thinking her trips are good. Terrible turn from Mustafa. I like the fold from Jose, very disciplined. He could be drawing dead with his ace if someone has ace queen or ace jack.
Not a very good river for Kim
That
there.
actually, yeah. So spades get there. She's losing to a straight. So that's actually a pretty savvy value bet there from Mustafa. When the board is double paired in PLO, it's actually a lot less likely that your opponent has a full house.
Yep, correct.
And he has a jack in his hand.
Yeah.
So spades did get there, but he made a nice value bet there with his.
He does block the nut flush
Yeah.
and the royal flush, so he's not going to get raised quite as much, but on a paired board, I think that's less of a consideration because you're still going to get raised by all the boats.
So like Rick's hand, is this a hand that you would play? These like kind of raggedy queens.
I think if I'm going to play a hand like this, I'm just trying to flop,
A
you know,
set.
a set.
You're just set mining.
It's like the equivalent of set mining with
Right.
like 5s or 6s.
Right.
But I'm going to want to have position. I think hijack is probably, I don't know, it's close. I think you can make arguments either way. I think in this game specifically, I'm playing it exactly how he is, and I'm limp calling.
Yeah. I've heard arguments for even just folding this hand from like early position.
Yeah, so in early position, I'm going to fold in
Yeah.
almost every game. But again, I think this game, there are arguments for
For
limping
playing it, yeah.
and just trying to play for the set value.
So much value in set over setting. And Jose here, flopping middle, brutal cooler for him, flopping middle set with Yao flopping top set. And Yao just smooth calling. It's been running very well tonight. And if a non, that card is definitely going to kill the action here.
And Yao's just got a stranglehold on his hand with the hearts now.
Yeah, Jose's going to be, and Yao checks back.
Oh, is that a, oh, not a royal.
Yeah, but he's blocking the royal.
Yeah, he's got the nuts.
And Jose is going to get off very cheap this hand.
Yeah, very lucky run out. He doesn't realize,
Yeah.
but that helped him.
Jose
save some
not
money.
realizing how good he's running with this run out.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I'm so unlucky, but
So what do you think about Yao's smooth call on that flop versus raising?
I mean, I know you're blocking top set, but I'm still just piling money in there.
Yeah.
I think we want to build a pot.
Do you think a player like Jose is savvy? I mean, I know he's savvy enough to get away from like set over set there, but I think against Yao specifically, it's gonna be almost impossible.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't think he's folding. At least, you know, maybe if they're deep enough on the river or whatever, but on that specific run out. But there's so many more run outs where you're going to be able to stack your opponent if you just start raising right away.
Right.
I don't think it's like, because in Hold'em, you know, you got to be a little more cautious raising in that spot with top set because it's so hard for your opponent to have anything. But with PLO, you're still going to be able to cool your opponent, like you said, for a second set, third set. There's still a lot of draws, a lot of backdoor cards. So, you know, your opponent's still going to have a lot of equity, a lot of continues. So I'm just trying to cooler my opponent. Big pots are for big hands.
For sure.
About 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes left in this stream.
Kim with a really nice hand here. Ace, king, queen, nine, double suited. You were talking about the ace, king, queen, nine, but double suited. This is like one of the
beautiful.
Dream spot.
best hands you can get.
Yeah.
That's unpaired.
Yeah, this is
And she's suited to the ace and the king.
it's either like this or the, you know, 9, 10, 10 jack, ace, ace, 10 jack type hand, double suited. But this is one of the best hands that you can get that's
Yeah,
not paired.
super strong. She would not mind even getting 3-bet with this hand.
In fact, I do think this is probably the strongest unpaired hand in PLO.
Really?
Yeah.
Stronger than like ace, king, queen, 10?
I believe so.
Really? Why
Yeah.
is that? Why is
Because
that?
you're going to flop more straight draws, I believe, with this hand. I think it's for the same reason or similar
Really?
reason that
Okay.
the gap is better than not having the gap.
Well, ace, king, queen, 10, though, there's a gap. So
I
if
know,
it
but
becomes
you-
jack 9x, you still have a mega wrap. And then ace, king, queen, 9, I guess, becomes jack 10x.
10.
You have the full wrap with the 8. Right?
Yeah, it's. I haven't
Great
thought about
flop
these
for
spots in a
Kim
while.
here.
Talking about flops, she's flopped top pair,
Nut flush draw, some backdoor spade draw, just
and very
everything.
interested that she checks this flop. She has a lot of aggressive players behind her.
I wonder if she's going to go for the check raise.
And Jose,
I have to imagine that's her plan.
Jose pots it, and she is putting the money in here. And kind of brutal spot for Jose. He's likely either up against, he's blocking king jack, right? So he's likely, and Kim was a pre-flop aggressor, so he's likely either up against set of kings or a huge draw like Kim has.
I think
right?
with his stack
But I think
size,
with his
though,
stack, he's gotta play
I think
it.
he's just going to get
Yeah.
it in. But I agree, it is not a slam dunk by any
He's not,
means.
you can see his face, he's not.
Yeah.
This is about the best hand he's going to be up against.
Yeah.
He's,
Yeah, so like you can say, oh, he's 60-40 here, but against the range, he's a lot less than that. And in fact, he's, you know, probably under 50% against range equity. But that being said, there's still a lot of money out there, and he's getting a reasonable price.
It's
So I
a-
do think he has to put the money in.
I think he might even have a little bit more behind than the graphics are saying. It looks like he might have 3,500 behind.
Oh, yeah, that looks like 65 behind. And
No,
Oh, no.
35, but it's saying he's
40?
got 29 behind.
it's hard to tell if those are 3 or 4.
I think it's like
sets.
4,500.
It could be 45.
If it is 45, this is a really brutal spot. I would not fault him for
4800.
folding at all. And
It's like one of those spots you probably just have to either get it in or fold, right?
The problem is there's just so many huge combo draws here on this specific board.
I mean,
know
Kim,
we
Kim
have
could
the
have
queen.
Kim could have aces with nut diamonds, right? So that's like, oh wow,
I wouldn't blame him, but I think.
he folded.
Oh, he did. Oh, wow.
Nice hand for Kim.
Yeah, you know,
Well played hand.
I don't really know. You know, that's one of those spots. I just haven't played PLO in so long.
Yeah. I think if he had maybe like if he had spades there, maybe some back bitter.
It's also not good that
Yeah.
he's got a queen. A lot
Right.
of Kim's strongest bluffs have queens in them.
Yeah, he's got a diamond in his hand.
got a diamond
yeah.
as well.
Even though it's a jack of diamonds, but
Yeah.
it still is a diamond.
Let's take a look at these stack sizes.
Yeah, like her ace queen 10 with diamonds or
Yeah.
things like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, OFC Texas Kim getting close to the 10K mark after starting off in midstream, having a midstream down 7K at one point.
Is Kim up now?
She's very close.
She's very close to even.
I think with tipping and all that
130,
stuff.
All right.
Maybe with
All right.
with
Good
tipping and
comeback.
stuff, that she may be down a little. But when you're down 7K and you're only down maybe a couple $100, I
Oh,
consider
yeah.
that a win.
There's no other.
For
Yeah.
sure.
Speaking of mental game, like upstuck, unstuck, all the different mental roller coasters you can go on.
It's brutal.
Yeah, you know.
Especially with a game like this.
Upstuck is a tough one.
Yeah.
Yeah, upsuck is the worst.
That's funny.
So Rick with that hand that we talked about, he's got a rundown, but he's got the gap at the top, right? So it's
Yep. So it's not as
Yeah.
strong. If it was like Jack 10, 9, 7. Yeah.
right.
I got you. I get what you're saying.
Ace king queen 9. I'll have to look that one up. Is it better than? So it's better than ace king queen jack
Again,
because
I
yeah,
haven't looked at an ounce of PLO strategy in over 2 years at this point, but
that makes sense to me because you do have the wrap the full way.
yeah.
No.
But I'm going to 3-bet the 10, 9, 7, 3, 3 spades
Okay.
to 175 after it opened from somebody. Probably Yao. Let's see here. Who's got the best of this?
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
flopping
got-
3 pair.
With the flopping the mirror.
The mirror.
Huh?
The mirror.
The mirror.
I also wonder if there's anything to be said for board coverage by having the 9. Like, there's probably not any extra equity in like a 9-9 deuce type of board where they'd expect you to never have it. I don't think that matters in the spot, but
Yeah.
just a thought.
I actually think you're right because I think about the wrap on like the Jack 10X with Ace King Queen 9 and having that 8 as like an additional out is really huge.
That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah.
Versus Ace King Queen 10, if it comes Jack 9X, it's the same. You have
The difference between the one gapper there is that there's no, you can't go higher than the ace on the other end.
Right.
So that's why the two gapper is the best on the Broadway version of the rundown. Yeah, it's definitely a little counterintuitive, the fact that
Yeah,
like
it's very counterintuitive,
8765 is worse than 8764.
right.
So you know, it helps you to kind of understand the dynamics of how equities run against each other.
Yeah.
And
I love it.
yeah.
Just learned something. Thank you, Danny.
Well, hey, again, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I could be very wrong. It's been a while. So
So Mustafa getting a great turn here. Turning the nut flush draw. This top pair and gut shot, but unfortunately does not get there.
yeah, rough night for Mustafa.
And Yao is
Habib.
running,
Yao's just running really
very,
well.
Very pure tonight.
20,
very
20
clean.
K?
Yeah, he's crushing it.
PLO master.
I feel like he's just been quietly crushing this table. He's just like winning every all in.
Yep.
Just every pot he's played.
And a player like Yao, I feel like is deceptively good. He likes to give a lot of action, but there was a hand that he played against Jay Wynn a few weeks back, and for Yao to make the full, I think, gosh, I don't remember the hand, but it was.
I'll say he has very good instincts.
Yeah.
Very good instincts. But he does love to gamble.
Yep, I agree with that. I was very impressed and surprised that he made that fold against Jay Wynn a couple weeks back. So
Yeah, he's definitely, he knows what he's doing. It just kind of probably depends on the mood a little bit.
right. Probably gonna have Jay Wynn back next week, next Friday and Saturday. I need to confirm that though.
Awesome.
Yeah. Wants to play 5-10, 25 the next Friday. So
Yeah, I'd love to send him back to Austin Broke. Let's do it.
yeah. And then maybe run
Hear
a
that,
5-5.
Jay-Win? Let's go.
Maybe run a 5-5-10 game next Saturday as well instead of a 2-5.
Did you play with him in any of the games?
No,
I've
but
never played with him. I think he was on the Tuesday game, but I was not there.
Another problem is this guy doesn't let me play a hand. Goes bed raise. I'm like, how am I going to play?
OFC blaming other people for his nittiness. This is like the tightest I've seen OFC play on any
I'm
stream.
telling you, lockdown, man. If he wins too much early,
He's on
he
lockdown.
is
Yeah.
on lockdown.
Sometimes he does lock it down.
Shittiest house ever.
I remember I told him that once, and he bluffed me out of spite, and it
So,
worked.
This is a huge flop here. Kim flopping a full wrap here.
Yao flopping the nuts.
Yeah, Yao has the nuts and
But
Bao.
this is a great example where you can flop the nuts, and like it's still kind of a precarious spot because you're at the bottom end of a straight, and you're just not happy to see a lot of turn cards.
And Kim raising here.
Is this a good starting hand? No.
And Yao with the nuts straight.
Lose himself, but
And these guys, they're very deep, so I'm
So this is
interested to see how he plays
This is a
it.
tough spot here with no redraw. Are
I'm
you putting the
probably
money
just
in here?
No, I'm just calling here,
Trying to see if a heart rolls
and then
off.
I'm
Or
gonna pump it in on the turn.
there are a lot of bad turn cards for you.
You also have positions, so you can
Right,
get
you
all
can
the money in
gauge,
on
yeah.
the turn.
Yeah, Bao doesn't have enough chips behind to reopen the action. Yao looks like he wants to fold. He does not look happy about the situation.
And there are situations where it is correct to fold the flop nuts in PLO. I mean, they're very.
there's a lot of bad turn cards for him.
So Kim's definitely going to have hands like 7-8 Jack, 10-9, 7-8 that are kind of free rolling Yao's specific hand. And then he knows that if she doesn't have the straight, that she likely has the hand that she has. Maybe like the worst hand she has here is like a set of some sort. So
That's why, these types of spots, I don't start my aggression on the flop.
Yeah.
You got to wait for the board to stay kind. Very interesting spot, though. I'm curious to see what he does. You know, with how deep they are, he might just fold. Especially, he's got the body language.
he's up a
of it.
lot, yeah. And Kim getting the best hand out, she's going to get her money in very good here against Bao. Really good equity here.
Yeah, and I know a lot of the people watching may think that's crazy, but I actually think it's a very high level fold.
Yeah. Kim turning the clubs. Great turn.
He's not gonna like it having the
queens are gonna
nuts
hold.
still on the river.
Yeah. Yeah, I was kicking himself for that one.
Yeah.
I think with maybe Yao wasn't looking at his face. He's like, oh.
He's like, she has no idea. Kim can't believe he folds the nuts. She doesn't believe it.
I don't know if I would have folded though.
It's so funny. They said he actually said he folded 7-8, and Bao was like, no, you didn't.
I would have liked a call and then kind of reevaluate on the turn.
Looks like the table's just clearing out.
Yeah.
That could have been the last hand.
There's 3 seats open. You guys want to jump in?
Chat, you got to take over the announcing duties.
Great comeback here for Kim.
Yeah, you can hear it. He thought he was getting free rolled. I mean, hypothetically, let's say you're infinitely deep and it's not pot limit, and somebody can, bet 100x the size of the pot, and you have Yao's hand there. It's just a fold every single time. And so you can see why he made that decision.
Yeah, I don't fault him at all for folding.
This is why I play super tight, so I just try to cooler people.
Yeah.
Well, they think they're getting cooler, but actually I'm free rolling them in these massive spots.
And that's a nice little
the
play
goal.
by Kim there. Definitely getting her on the plus side.
I'll take the last one.
About an hour ago, she was down about a little over 7K. Currently now about 3,300 in the green.
Getting those diapers.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have a big hand here. Last hand. Rick with a really nice hand. Queen queen 10 9
yeah.
double suited.
Look at this.
Gonna 3-bet. Jose has kings coming in for the cold call.
Aces, kings, and queens, and then the queens are also just very connected and suited.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna see J-Mod come in for a 4-bet here. This could be a really big last hand.
Yeah, let's do it.
Just calls. Interesting.
I don't mind it. The problem with repotting here,
Is you kind of turn your hand face up, right?
yeah, you
and
turn
these
your face,
players
you're
aren't
very
folding.
deep,
Yeah.
and you really can't get that much money in, so you're still going to have a pretty large SPR.
Right.
And your hand plays okay, but you've got a deuce, so it's not the best.
He's only single suited,
And he's
right?
only single suited, so I don't think it's that bad.
So you think if he was double suited, you just like botting it there?
Probably,
Yeah.
or if the deuce was like a 9 or a jack.
So how important do you think it is being double suited versus like having connectivity? Do you think it's more equally important, or you think it's like?
It's a good question.
I'm not really sure
Yeah.
how to answer that, to be honest.
So Jose,
And Jose's going to just get the rest of his
getting
chips
money in
in.
here with the kings.
Got a little more than 1,500.
He's going to be in great shape against Rick's hand. I think we're going to see J-Mod get out of the way.
No, he ripped it.
Yeah,
This is the it looks like this is the last hand.
Oh yeah, he's got diamonds.
yeah, he's in great shape here.
Oh wow.
Rick's in rough shape.
Oh!
Wow.
Oh! And Jose gets there on the
Running
rip.
it twice.
The double, and he's got his queen out. Oh,
Wow, brutal. Brutal for Rick.
yeah. Tough night.
Oh, he hurt the 10. They're
Oh
going
my-
to chop it up.
Gonna chop up $135. Wow.
Awesome. Great game.
Yeah.
Yeah, great game.
And as they rack up, let's look at these final stats here. Final chip counts, and I believe that was the last hand. We lost a couple players, lost Mustafa, lost Bound, lost Habib. So Yao, big winner, 21K, OFC about 16K. Kim there with that little nice little check raise at the end to get her above 13K, was down about a bit. J Moss, 6,900, Rick, 5,600, Jose, I think it was actually a little more than 1,800, maybe like 2,500, give or take. All right, VPIPs. VPIP Yao, not surprising, has the highest VPIP, 61%. Jose was getting in there today a little bit, 44%. OFC, Kim, 43, 36 respectively. J Moss, surprisingly, 20%, was card dead for a majority of the evening. All right, cumulative winnings. Yao, big winner, up about 16, 17K. OFC, about nearly 12K. J-Ma, again, I think that stats are, I think it was up still about 3,500. Kim up about 3,300, 3,400. Rick down about 1,200, and Jose down about 4K. So that's going to do it for us here. I'm going to turn the camera on here on both of us. Oh, if you don't want to, it's fine. All right. Let's thank both. He's over here. I'll go max camera. Yeah, switch that over here. Transition. Going to switch over. Okay, there's Hayden in the background. I want to cover it all up. So again, I want to thank Danny Marx and Hayden Fortini for being in the booth, giving us some nice analysis on the PLO side and the Hold'em side. Again, tune in tomorrow. We have a tribute to Bugsy. It's going to be a 5K Congress game. Big O high PLO high-low 5-card. Going to have at least 2 tables with a feature table, live stream table, a feeder table. The signups now, it looks like there's going to be a second feeder table, so 3 tables altogether.
Amazing.
To look for that. It's going to be a very popular game, especially as a celebration of life for Bugsy. And then Saturday, going to run a 2-5, going to give some players. So we're using the Saturday streams, a 2-5 match a stack. There's some players that want to play some of the bigger games, like the 5-5-10, the 5-10-25. And I can't vouch for them, and I don't know if you guys can vouch for them. I'll give you the names later, but I want to give them a shot, like a 2-5, to see how they do, kind of thing. Kind of like, I want to put you on the junior varsity team before I move you up to the varsity team, kind of thing. So to see how they play on the 2-5 stream this Saturday.
And that's going to be it for us here in the booth. Thank you for tuning into this Thursday round of each 5-10-25, no limit hold'em, and 5-5-10 PLO. Good stream. Had a fun day, evening, action pack. We'll see you back in the booth tomorrow in about 20 hours or so. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in. Have a good evening.
Good night.
Bye, everyone.
I'm not good enough to fold the nuts. I don't know how to play this game. But